Hi guys, we are definitely starting in 2 minutes. The next talk will start in 2 minutes. 在2分钟，下一个 talk 就要开始了，大家可以慢慢把餐盒放到回收区，然后往舞台区去前进哦。Please take a seat. We are starting in 1 minute. 在1分钟，宝博的那个演讲就要开始了，所以请大家慢慢可以移动到舞台区。不是，已经不是慢慢，是快移动到舞台区。我们的下一位讲者快要开始了哦。Okay, guys, we are starting. It's my very honor to introduce my very good friend, 宝博士葛如君. So, for your context, he is one of the very first people to have a lot of confidence in hypersearch, a lot of confidence in 超证，就是我们现在说的超级证明、影响力证明这件事情。所以我们在台大的时候也用了 hypersearch 去做了一堂课。那这堂课呢，就是因为宝博很愿意用他的一整堂课去介绍，就是 hypersearch 这样的一个东西，然后跟整个 Web3 跟 Social Impact 的交集是什么。那他最近也有些新的身份。那接下来就欢迎宝博士上台。
都已经开了 ，OK， 好，非常荣幸有这个机会来到这个现场，这个 Funding the Commons。其实从 Creative Commons 到 Crowdfunding 到很多新的透过网络串联大家的意志、想法的一些机制，我很幸运的在过去一直都有参与，也持续观察，然后我觉得也非常的重要。那我今天就做一个简短的分享，因为时间也不长哈。可能会讲的稍微快一点。那之后如果有机会的话，也希望能够多跟大家交流哈。那今天的主题想要跟大家分享的是 From the Good Class to Good Congress。那简单的自我介绍一下，我过去念的是设计传播，到了博士班的时候才到台大的网媒所拿了一个 Computer Science 的 PhD。那我现在也在台大的网媒所兼课。那这个最近有了一个新的未来身份哈，我就不多说了哈。那过去曾经做过一些 podcast， 一些书籍的介绍，书籍的这个宣传包含 Radical Markets， 包含这个我自己也非常喜欢 Matthew Bo 的元宇宙。那以及接下来好像会有一本很酷的书，那我也可能会参与其中。那过去曾经参与过的一些活动，我就很快的跳过了哈。 那其实我在台大的课程呢，每一学期就是开一门课。那我一个学期的课程呢，会开 Virtual Human and Telepresence， 讲的是人的存在性透过科技可能可以被解放的这个possibility。那还有另外一部分的课程呢，就会是去中心化的这个应用的这个实务与设计啊。那在过去我曾经开了第一次，那相关的内容呢，大家字有点小了哈，但可能就是介绍各种不同的区块链的一些相关的技术、去中心化的应用、分散式的网络等等。那在去年呢，我们顺利的开了，应该是今年吧，好，今年的年初，我们顺利的开了第二学年的这个DApp 的这个课程。那我就不断的在思考，我应该要分享什么样的内容给同学。但是呢，因为我们第一次在教这个 DApp 的时候呢，发现同学们对于 NFT、对于 cryptocurrency、对于这些 DeFi、对于这些这个 trade market 太热衷了哈。但是我们刚好要做第二次课程的时候呢，这个市场呢是站在这个状态哈。那我就在想说，既然已经是这个状态，同学可能也没兴趣 build another NFT marketplace。那我也不想要鼓励他们去发行 yet another cryptocurrency。所以就希望能够拉回来去思考说，那技术有可能对社会或者是 social good 有没有一些新的可能性或帮助？那刚好呢，就在我的 podcast 的大概160集的时候，我很荣幸的邀请到 Noah 跟之前在 Protocol Labs 的 Evan 一起来到我的节目。那是我第一次非常认真的听到了 Hyper Search 这个超正的概念。那超正的概念听到了以后，我就超级震动哈，就是超级振奋啊，对我来讲也是一个超正啊。那这是我还记得非常清楚，2022年的11月17号的傍晚啊，17点这个25分啊。那在这个时间点，我听到这个东西以后呢，我就把这个2023年的上半年的这个开课的想法跟 Hyper Search 的概念，开始融合在一起了啊。那不知道什么是 Hyper Search 或 Protocol Labs 的人呢，可以去上网阅读一些相关的文章。那我觉得这个概念非常吸引我，就是从事前的募资中间可能会有很多的不确定性，到已经做完了一些成果，对这个社群、对这个社会做所谓的事后募资。细节我就不多说了啦，这其实跟我们现在这个社会上运作的一些机制其实是有异曲同工的。如果大家去研究绿电，这一张图是许明恩画出来的哈，右下角有这个source 那 Hyper Search 也很像这样，就是你先生产，你先创造出一些 impact， 那别人如果需要这些 impact， 不管是做 ESG 的点数也好，不管是内心的支持也好，他可以做事后的支持或者购买。对于一个阿宅来讲，我觉得这个概念非常吸引我。我想象到的是，如果我是一个阿宅，我设计了一台会不断的找寻种子，不断的自动种树的一台无人机，它透过太阳能可以自动充电。如果我把它 deploy 在某一个可以不断种树的地方，那么它不就成为了一个永续的一个可以帮助我们永续环境的机器吗？那么如果发明这个机器的人可以把他的贡献变成某一种 certificate， 这个 certificate 的价值应该是可以持续累积的。这个时候，如果这个 certificate 变成了某一种 NFT， 变成了某一种 assets， 变成了某一种 proof， 可以由事后追认的方式，由 maybe 台积电 ，maybe NVIDIA。maybe 其他的这些大公司把这个发明，把这台机器持续不断播种的这个行为给买下来，那他们就等同于是在做一个 social impact 的事后投资。我觉得这个概念非常的有意思啊。那又加上我之前呢，也在日本电通集团服务一段时间，协作一段时间。那日本电通也创了一个叫 Dance to Good。其实，在日本也开始有很多的团队，包含电通集团的内部去跟政府单位合作，怎么样能够透过 NFT 的奖励、crypto 的一些机制，去鼓励一些 social impact。这个是川崎市跟市民之间去做这个没有吃完的食物的回收，他们可以得到一些 NFT 的 rewards 的一个计划。 那另外呢是也是日本的电通做的一个这个老师傅判断尾鱼的这个能力逐渐的消失，他们把它用 AI、用 Digital、用这些新的技术把它保存起来，然后呢让它可以持续永续的被使用，去辨识这些尾鱼的品质等等。我觉得这些想法呢都在我的心中种下了一颗种子啊哈。最后呢就点亮了这盏灯，这盏灯是什么呢？我在想的是。学生在课堂上面做了很多的 work， 我们有没有可能把他们的回家作业力变成社会影响力，把 homework factor 变成 social impact factor？ 所以那个时候开始呢，我就持续的在思考，那我怎么可以来改动我的课程啊？那我就创造了这个，把我的课程在就是2023年的上半年的这个课，变成了我的全名是去中心化应用程式之设计实务 Decentralized Applications Design and Practice， 我就加了一个副标题，就是 Depth for Social Good 的 Good Class Season 1，OK？细节不多说，就是希望能够让参与的同学知道，这并不是很可怕的事情，只是透过一些新的技术，把 Web 2.0时代的东西，就再做一次啊。那有可能可以放入一些新的想法。那这很长啦哈。那我们看之后能不能这个公开这个投影片哈？这基本上就是我在课堂上面跟同学介绍的内容，希望他们去思考，透过 Hyper Search， 透过 Soulbound Token。DAO 等等，去思考技术怎么可以落实跟帮助社会。那当然呢，台大的学生都是1等1的哈，要鼓励他们去做某一件他们概念里本来没有的东西，还是需要一些方法。所以我就跟他们说，第一这有3个理由，你应该要可以接受这件事情。第一个这是世界前端大家都在思考的事情。第二个，也许你的这个结果。可能也可以变成一个 hyper search， 说不定有人会接下来支持你、赞助你啊，说不定还有一点点的这个奖学金。同时呢，也鼓励他们，这个方向其实也是世界各国最好的大学最希望学生、年轻人投入的地方，把 technology 转成 social impact。那所以就有很多这样的规定了哈。那我们就细节跳过了哈。那也很感谢 DAO Zero G0V 的临时小学校，还有电通一起我们促成了这一次课程的实验，在台大网媒所跟资工所的这个课。那这堂课呢，也做了很多的调整。我们开放所有人的旁听，所有课程内容是公开的，报告是公开的，作业是开源的。如果你有创造 Mint Everything 的话，我们会补助铸造上链的费用。同时呢，在台大学生只在意一件事情，如果这个课很好玩的话，我可不可以加签进来哦？那我们也开放加签这样子哦。那细节我们不多说了哦。那当然也要警告一下学生说，这堂课很可怕，它会需要你用心，还要用脑。所以呢，就讲了很多他不应该修的理由不应该修的理由1、理由2、理由3、理由4等等。那当然也提醒大家说，所有一切的内容都会公开。那当然，其实我觉得讲太多现实的东西，对学生可能没有感觉，所以我们还是告诉他说，真正你应该修的理由，都还是跟你自己有关，跟未来有关。我们觉得这个方向 from homework to social impact。应该是未来，应该是社会的下一个阶段的形式，应该是学生的下一种可能性。那当然呢，作为老师，我们必须要找一些案例来证明我们这样的实验是正确的。所以也很幸运的，在2023年我们做这个实验，然后我们回过头去查询，我们发现2022年在 MIT Media Lab。就已经开始把他们的课程，还有一些教学的行动跟行为，结合 AI 跟 Web3 去做 social impact。所以我们也开始觉得我们的想法是正确的。那当然我们就做了很多的设计啦，包含 NFT Art 宝成啦，还有这个洪明啦，还有 Isabel Noah， 其实很多的朋友，还有包含 DAO Zero 的 Jackie 都一起来 join 了我们这堂课，让台湾可能是最宅的一群学生认识到了一些新的技术、新的可能性跟改变世界的方法。那当然，我们也就鼓励大家去思考说，去做一个 term project， 然后同时呢，也要去思考，每一个 project 也都希望可以符合所谓的 SDGs 的目标领域。那让他们组成一个团队， 去提出一个 project， 一个实验性的 project。那我们的其中呢，就也是多元宇宙起点时代的多元这个力量作为一个主题，让他们去做一些发想。那他们有了一些初步的概念以后，我们也找了很多的助教来协助他们去讨论这个题目的方向跟技术实作的部分。所以我们有技术部分的协助，我们有这个思维部分的协助我们有 AI 人工智慧学校基金会的这个部分的协助。那我们也有电通从商业的角度来观看的协助。那当然也有 DAO Zero 的很多没有人的一起协助。那所以呢，我们最终呢就把学生的所有成果呢，在这个台大的最宅的一栋楼之一这个德田馆的1楼呢，我们就办了一个期末的专展，让学生呢把他们的主题都放出来给大家看。那当时的大概40位的学生，一共产出了9个主题。那这个主题每一个其实都非常的精彩有机会的话再跟大家多多分享，但是也是完全开放，也是完全开源的。我们之后会有一个 QR code， 大家可以扫描包含学生自治组织的白皮书，他们透过去中心化的网络，希望可以把学生自治组织的方法放到这个 DAO 的这个概念里头。那还有包含很多的这个比如说碳排的减量啦，这个种树啦，这个无损慈善的这种 DeFi 的概念啦，等等等等，包含从学习到投资，到甚至是宠物的这个社群的这个照顾等等，其实有非常非常多的主题呢，我们就在这一堂课程的结果里头，通通都看到了。我们其实也觉得非常非常的感动。那当时呢，我们也为了鼓励更多的学生，不是修课的学生也来观看那我们也这个跟电通合作弄了一些啤酒这种好玩的事一定要有一些好喝的东西。我们还准备了精酿啤酒跟阿卡 Swap 的出席证明这个阿卡 Drop 这个扫码就可以领取。总之，我们已经是精锐进出这个使尽了洪荒之力，希望把科技，然后跟 Social Impact 跟这个 DApp 的这几个概念，可以尽可能的在一个短短的一个学期之中扩散给更多的人知道。那最后呢，我们也很欢乐的记录了这一堂课最终的成果，然后呢拍了一张去中心的合照。大家都没有笑吗？去中心的合照，好不好 ？OK，decentralize 没有人在中间啦所以如果有任何人对这堂课留下来的记录有任何的兴趣比如说你希望了解我们的规划过程，我们最终学生产出来的成果，那也非常感谢 G0V 跟 DAO Zero 用非常有经验的来创建了一个知识交流跟汇集的一个架构。通通都在这里那我们也通通都有取得学生的同意，让他们所有产出的资料都被留下来在网络上。那同时呢，也符合了这个所谓一开始的这个 promise， 所以我们希望学生所创作出来的成果，或者是所有人进来的投入，我们都可以得到一个事后追认的 hyper search。那也非常感谢 Noah 跟 Protocol Labs 还有很多朋友的帮忙。我们每一位来这堂课程的讲师、教授，还有协助我们的人，都有得到一张 Hyper Search， 作为可能是台湾在这块的实验里头最早的一批人去得到这样子 Hyper Search 的一个 Certificate 的一个活动。那我是 Professor Cole。所以呢，我也作为这个课堂的 host， 我自己也得到了一张 Hyper Search。我本来以为他们没有发给我那我昨天上链去看，发现真的有所以这个大家是真的很用心的 deliver promise 做到这个信任做到这个虽然我们说 don't trust just verify， 但是我想。我们这样的一个整个过程，我希望我们做到的是可以被 trust， 同时也可以被 verify。未来的10年、20年过去，所有参与过这堂课程的老师或者是成员，都可以在区块链上查证到他们过去所做到的这些付出。也许他们创造出来的一些开源的专案，还有持续有人在探讨。目前我们的其中一个专案就是学生组织的自治组织化。 这件事情呢，现在还持续的在被延续下去，我们也非常感动。所以我们刚刚讲的是 from the good class， 但是呢，因为我最近有了一个身份的转换，我有可能在明年的年初会 from good class to the good Congress。其实，谢谢。Maybe the Congress is not good yet, good enough yet, but we will make it. 所以我就很大言不惭的把这种照片带过来啊。那因为我也是希望能够跟大家分享，在 Web3 的世界里头，我相信大家应该都坚信一件事情，我们应该是 free to opt in, free to opt out。今天我 opt in a certain party to a certain place， 但是我相信未来也会有更多的人 opt in 进来 ，maybe in a different party, maybe in a different government organization。我相信每个人都有机会为社会变得更好这件事情去做付出。我们也觉得先进的国会这件事情是可以做得到的。我本来有一个在这里哈，这是我接下来的一个方向。我的新身份，我会希望我持续记住这8个字：先进国会，共事未来。先进有几个不同的意思。第一个 ，advanced， 我们应该要把国会变成一个容纳得下先进思维的地方。同时，我们也应该可以在这里推出很多先进的法案跟规范，而且真正的了解这些科技。同时，我也作为一个先进去的人，来帮助大家理解这个地方。另外，我相信很多人也许不同意这样的变化，也许不欢迎这样的改变，也许不觉得应该加入这样的 party 或进入这样的地方。但是我相信多元的未来，我相信在多元之下，我们可以找到共识，我们可以一起先进国会，共事未来。To be continued， 我也希望能够把我在 Good Class 里头学习到的地方、认识到的朋友，一起带到我下一个阶段的挑战当中。以上是我今天的分享，非常感谢大家。如果大家想要持续知道我怎么说、怎么做，欢迎大家收听我的 Podcast From 宝博朋友说到宝博朋友做。感谢大家，谢谢。
宝博衬衫的扣子还是扣得跟以前一样高。All right, so it's extremely interesting to think about what happens when a classroom gets open sourced. When a classroom becomes a public good, how does that change our future? How does that change our future generation? So thank you, Baobo. I do hope you a wonderful future and continue to bring positive impacts into our society. Our next speaker, I have been looking forward to his talk for a very long time. It's Jeff from KPMG. We had a conversation with KPMG earlier this year, talking about how hypercerts, how impact certificates can be combined with SRI and combined with the efforts that KPMG is currently doing. So let's welcome Jeff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff. Today, my topic is a view from Asia impact ecosystem. But in my slides, I only could sharing about the Taiwan experiences. Before joining the KPMG, as you know, KPMG is an accounting firm. But my background is totally different from the accountings. My background is social works. So I always talk to my friends as an undercover sociologist at accounting firm. We might do something differently. In past decade, we tried so hard to advocate to the business sector that to pay more attention on whether social or environmental issues, but not only to donate, not only to participate like the volunteer. What we think about is that it's not business for social good, it's business from social good. So that means kind of like the social entrepreneurs, social enterprises. We're trying to solving the problem and make it into the business models. So today my sharing will to share that KPMG in Taiwan, we got our impact plan about how to collaborate with the stakeholders to build up the ecosystem for the social innovations. So in the past decades, we collaborate with central government, local government, mainstream business, startups, and tech communities. So I think during my today's sharing, we could talk more about the new ideas because KPMG is not from the tech community, but we from the business sector, we're helping the central government. We got some engagement and projects. So I was sharing 3 experiences in whether collaborate with the government, collaborate with the mainstream business, and the investor. Okay, so the first one in the past decades, we joined the task force about the incubate the social innovation ecosystem held by the central government. So you will see from the 2014 till now, we're trying across 3 phases to build up the social innovation ecosystem in Taiwan. And the first one is to incubate, to help the social enterprise to to get over and the challenges when the startup begins. But after that, we're thinking about we're not only helping the social enterprise to get over challenges, we have to create the collaboration platform to help each other to think how to solve the environmental or social issues together. So till now, we have a program named Buying Power. It's like the Impact Procurement Act to promotion to the whether government sector, whether business sector to procure whether goods or products or services from the social enterprise in Taiwan. And you will see we established a program that the buyer side can upload their invoice, and we can combine with the database, say whether what kind of social enterprises they buying. So we calculate the kind of the revenue, kind of the numbers each years. So you will see from the 2017 till now, it's 4.9 billion Taiwan dollars, and equally like 4,900 USD dollars. That means social enterprise can prove they worth to collaborate with. And during the process, we help the social entrepreneur to kind of like the B2B2C platform. Say we help them to get on the the PC home, like the not another e-commerce platform to selling its products. And each social entrepreneur's product or services means some social impact. So we're trying to collaborate with the government sector to, to help them get the business challenge over it. And till now, our project team is think about how can we to analyze or to tell something story not only about the total amount numbers, because in this program we have not only about the invoice, the buy side, the sell side, and what kind of product and services they are collaborate with. So that might be the topic, can collaborate with the tech community to see whether we can do something new, like hyperserve can join us to think about how can we analyze this social impact data. Okay, so the second experiences in this decade, like the KPMG's talk to the business data, say, trying to do something new to get the business from the social good. So we're trying to tell the story that it's different idea from the CSR and ESG and whether it's SDG innovations. Because if we think about the corporate social impact is like CSR, we might think about the social responsibility just charities, but it might using the bad monies to do good things. Think about that. If the food industry get the environmental damage from its product, but it get profit, lots of profit, and say, oh, we can do our CSR program to donate to the whether NPO or NGO, that might be not so right, not so good. So why ESG comes up? We're thinking about how we can ensure business is harmless from the environmental or social issues. But that is not enough, okay? Because we all know about the global warming is really tough. We only have 10 years to get over the 2°C challenges. So why are we talking about the SDG Innovate? Because we're thinking about how business can solve the problems. So we talk to the corporate, say, if you only tell us you have your ESG report to say you are not get things wrong, it's not enough. You have to think about how business can solve the problems. Okay, so KPMG established a matrix to kind of facilitate business sector to think about how they can cooperate with the social entrepreneur, not only about donations. They have to, cross into the services or whether products. So you will see when corporate have different motivations, we will suggest them do differently. So, like for example, one of my clients is a retailing giant, the convenience store. But the convenience store got really quite challenging from the environmental issues, like when you get the coffees, you get the cups. When you get the latte, you are not only get the cups. In the machine, they have lots of the plastic bottles. That might be the huge issues. So we're helping this retailing giant to cooperate with the social enterprise and the NPOs to create that products. It's all made from the renewable materials. It's reused from the plastic bottles. And the painting is from the mental disease child. We're trying to make the new idea about this can be the new product and back to the channel and selling it to the customers. Say that is kind of the SDG Innovate, because we're using the business to reuse the material to create the new jobs. Because in the traditional way, people don't think about mental disease, physical disease, or physical challenges. Child can work, can join the, whether service or products making. So we're trying to help the mainstream companies to think more about joining the SDG Innovate is not only about the donation. It can be the product design, can be the business design. Okay, and the third experience is in this decade, we collaborate with the investor to see how can they doing the impact investing. investment is simple. It's only about ROI, but how can we evaluate the impact? How can we talk and communicate between the investor and the social entrepreneur? So in KPMG way, we collaborate with the CERT. It's a fund that the first charitable fund in Taiwan can use the donation resource, but they doing equity investment to the social entrepreneur. And during the this process, we established a new program called the Social Impact Preferred Stock. It's an investment method, not only think about the return, but we facilitating the social entrepreneur to create its own impact modeling, impact indicator, and we help them to do the management process. Yeah. So, but in this process, it's only about, kind of the paperwork. So it's really honored to having me to being here, because we're trying to, we highly welcome to talk to the tech community to see whether we can do something new together. Because, from the accounting firm, we only think about the paperwork. We only have the concept. We have the business technical. But I think it's time to invite the tech community to join with us to think about the new ideas. So the social impact preferred stock has its evaluation process. Okay, so that's a term sheet, and we have invest mediate with the social impact preferred stock, because we're talking about when in the modern society everyone have the mental disease or the mental challenges. This online platform can help people to get over the challenges. But how can they talk to the investors, say they have this kind of the social impact? So we help the media to create its impact model to see how can they explain their social impact. Okay, but whether we in the past decade we collaborate with the government sector, business sector, and investor. I think that is not enough to facing the sustainable challenges. We have to do more to communicate with the diverse stakeholders. So last year, KPMG Taiwan established a new program. Like we're talking about Taiwan Sustainability Risk Survey. We're trying to ask the different type stakeholders, whether business sector, whether NGO sector, whether the public sector, to see what is the top 10 sustainability risk you concern the most. So we have our ranking last year, and if you compare with the WEF, World Economic Forum, they have established the global risk report. It's totally different from this report. You can see the WEF version when the top 3 is about the environmental. But in Taiwan, the first one and second one is talking about the population, the aging and low birth rate. So I think it's really different when we always think about to read the globally or worldwide report. I think it's not localized enough. So we're trying to, as a professional friend, we're trying to to start up a new dialogue about the sustainability risk. So you will see. Everyone can download the report on the website of KPMG Taiwan, and you will see we have the top risk by the industries. Okay, and the most important is it's not only it's really important to see the top 10 risk everyone concerned. But I think the most important is those risks we ignore. So in this slides, we are talking about, you will see from the left to the right, it's about everyone who submit this survey think this risk can damage how many population, how percentage populations. And from the bottom to the top, it's about how soon it will become. And in the middle of the slides, in a different risk, the different size is meaning about if we submit to the survey says, if this risk happened, we don't have enough preparation, we don't have good social awareness to tackle it, it will be larger. And the small one is everyone think that will be fine. So you will see in Taiwan, in this report, we have 7 highly risk is everyone's ignored. Yeah, so in the last 2 slides, I just want to say it's really honored to be here, and we in KPMG's perspective, we're trying to, because we very close to the business sector, we're trying to flag in the message to the business sector, say it's time to doing differently. Don't do the donation only. It's not the social impact way. I think the more social impact way is about how we can seeing the SDGs into the business opportunity. So it's our KPMG impact proposition. In the future, we have 5 topics, whether it's ESG and sustainability, and the second one is economic and social development, and third one is sustainable finance, and the 4 is climate change and decarbonization, and the last one is impact management and assurance and the reporting. So welcome. We will have lots of opportunity to collaborate with the high-tech community. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I just realized we can ask questions. Does anyone have questions for Jeff? Anyone? No? I'll ask one first. So, Jeff, I found a very interesting word in your slides. The words were impact consensus, right? So, how does KPMG define impact consensus? And moreover, how does KPMG define when impact consensus is reached? So that may be, because our community does talk about that a lot.
Yeah. Thank you. About that, but I think it's more like about the paperwork. We collection the data from the social entrepreneur and, through the research method to see whether it's really happen to change or not. So that's what I'm thinking about. It might be during the high-tech process, like hypersearch the ideas to really to make sure the data is, where storage and something else like that.
Noted. Thank you so much. Does anyone else have more questions for Jeff? Yes, no? Yes. So in Taiwan, for DAO Zero, it's always been our core effort to trying to combine Web 2 and Web 3 initiatives, trying to make technologies more closer to like local use cases, and trying to make trying to create opportunities for local use cases using our technologies like hypersearch, like DIDs, like other stuff. So that's at least something we've been trying to strive to do. Okay, so the seats are ready. Our next session is also something I've been looking forward to. The name of the title of the session is Impact Measurement for Digital Public Goods. And I'll introduce one by one. So the moderator will be Vivian. So Vivian, I don't think I need to give more introduction of our co-contributor of DAO0. But for context, Vivian was actually worked at KPMG at some point, right? And you are also a diplomat, so she's very well-rounded in every single sense. And so please, and the next one is Steven. So Steven is from Canopy Impact Investment, and he uses all his research, trying to infuse his research into impact investments, in a sense. So please. And our very good friend from Kariba, sorry. And Carl is one of the leading thinkers in impact measurement. So please, Carl, thank you.
Hello? Can you guys hear me now with this? Is it clear? Okay, so this session we're gonna do it in English since we have people that speaks English, I guess. This one will be about the impact measurement. And today we have two very different, but also the same. Like they work in the same field, but they have very different background. One is Steven. He's like kind of from the traditional, more of a traditional impact measurement, or at least Web 2 impact measurement scene. And Carl Hill is from the open source or Web3 impact measurement. So comparing these two different experiences, I think we can actually get to a really interesting conclusion on how each of them can learn from each other. First, I would like to introduce them and welcome them to also introduce yourself. Stephen, would you like to go first and how you're related to impact measurement and who are you?
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. I hope traditional does not mean I'm old.
You're not.
Okay. I'm Stephen Yang, founder of Canopy Impact Investment. And we focus on social business and B Corp as our investment targets. And we also believe maybe in the future, when the mainstream business become more serious about sustainability transformation, then we might start to look for such targets. Okay, and when we are doing impact investment, we have to deal with how we measure those social impact. So it become our daily work to do the investment evaluation so that we can evaluate their social impact or intangible value to set up the investment terms. Okay. We also provide consultant services for such thing as transformation of sustainability. And one line of our service is about helping company to do the annual sustainability report. We use the approach of SROI, social return on investment assessment, as the basis. But we skip the difficult part, which is monetization modeling. So people can do the annual report and still, maintain the tracing of their stakeholders' impacts. And that's what we do.
I think what Stephen mentioned here is really important to fund in the comments, since we have funding in our name, and actually having a few funders here to share how they actually evaluate different projects is very important for all of the open source projects that are looking for funding. Like how exactly are the investors thinking about impact when it comes to like measurement and like how valuable your project is. Carl, do you want to introduce yourself a bit?
Sure. Well, first off, thank you so much to Noah and to Vivian and the Funding the Commons organizers here. This has been like the event that I've been looking forward to all year, and so I'm really, really happy to be here. One thing I'll add to the introduction that Vivian gave is I also have a background in traditional impact measurement. So for the first part of my career, I did work in like microfinance, international development, helping companies with sustainability compliance and ESG reporting. So I've been able to see a lot about how that world works. And then it was through that lens that I started viewing some of the innovations that were happening on crypto networks and in funding open source and digital public goods that said, this is like really fascinating. And I saw an opportunity to hopefully help some of these networks speed run a lot of the lessons that have been learned, the way that public goods were traditionally funded and how impact measurement was traditionally done. Over the last year or so, I worked with Protocol Labs on the HyperCerts team. More recently, I've spun up something new with Ray, who's somewhere in the crowd here. We both work together at Protocol Labs called Open Source Observer. We have a company we've set up called Kariba, which we're doing that work under. And the goal really is to get really good at measuring the impact of open source software. Because if we can do that, then network funders, ecosystem funds, foundations, they can deploy capital much more effectively towards driving open source impact. And I'll give some examples of that in a little bit. But again, thank you so much for being here.
I think one of my first questions would be for Carl. Like, it's very interesting for you to see someone like actually jumping from a traditional impact scene to the Web3 one. What is the connection there, and what really speaks to you that makes you want to learn about Web3 and its impact?
So there's a couple things. The first one is that having done work previously where you would need to go and interview people, you would need to go onto farms and do surveys and gather data, record keeping and writing that up and scanning it and so on. I've seen how difficult it is to get good representative data to measure impact. And so one of the great benefits of working with digital public goods is that most of the work, most of the artifacts that are being produced are digitally native. And so you can skip that step of needing to digitize what the work is, which is a real advantage. If you want to be able to get better at measuring impact, being able to start with relatively clean, easier to work with data is a big advantage. My hope, of course, is that we can learn things that are useful for measuring the impact of digital public goods and then extend that to the rest of the world. I don't think it stops just at getting really good at measuring open source software impact. I think the goal would be to develop some new tools and some approaches that can then transform the way public goods are funded everywhere.
So what you're saying is basically to find an entry point to eventually evaluate all impact that people are doing. But open source is only one of the angle, right? And you choose open source, and Web3 is kind of open source itself. So it's kind of a really good entry point. I want to come back to Stephen to talk a little bit about like the traditional method. Like you mentioned SROI. What have you been doing with SROI? How do you like really measure impact? Can you walk us through the process a little bit, and also tell us like what is the biggest challenge of measuring real world impact?
Okay, when we do the impact investment, we pay attention to many aspects. For example, any action plan could influence the target stakeholders. For example, disabled and their family. But not only specific individual or organization, but also the non-specific or general impact or outcome. For example, our action might raise the social awareness. It's in general. It's not for specific person or organization. And awareness can be measured. And we also pay attention to the action taker side. Because action taker might become more experienced, more skilled, and their service might turn from piecemeal to more systematic service system, right? And all this progress can be measured. Okay, let me see what I missed. Okay, so canopy impact investment actually maintain all kinds of impact or intangible value can be measured. That means once they can be measured, they can also be managed. And that's our belief.
Like for me, I've been through this like impact measurement process for some like really social project. It's relatively not environmental because in like within ESG, like environmental is relatively the one that's like easier to measure. There's like carbon credit, there's different system around it. But for social, like how people interact with each other, and Stephen mentioned action taker. Each individual within the ecosystem are stakeholders, and how you actually consider all these stakeholders within your measurement would be the key. Well, what is the like challenge there for
Okay.
engaging these people, and is it stopping people from measuring the impact because it's relatively subjective?
Okay. For both the user part and the action taker parts, we face all kinds of issues. For example, for the action targets, many people they seem to, believe there must be some kind of value that they cannot measure at all. So they actually didn't take any action about how to measure those possible outcomes and try to manage it. And that's about the awareness, right? And even when they be aware of the possibility, now we will encounter the readiness of their information system, because they need to start from zero to start build up the system so they can start to collect the relevant data or information. And also for the action taker side, one issue is about the quantitative approach. If it comes to specific quantitative goal like monetization or the intangibles, it becomes, technically the threshold of the technical threshold become quite high. Okay, so that's one reason you heard of annual sustainability report, annual CSR report, annual ESG report, but you never heard of any SROI annual report, right? And there's also one issues about since I don't remember last time I speak English in public meetings, so
You're
I
doing really
prepare
good.
for some talking points. So let me check if I missed some point I want to make. Okay, another challenge is about, because this market is still not big enough or profitable enough to attract enough resources and talents. Okay, so for service providers, okay, it's not many. It's not. I would say the capability and the capacity still need time to build.
What I hear that's really key is to start with at least something. Even though measuring impact can be very subjective, it can be from your own perspective, like a few perspectives. It can be really singular, but at least it's starting to measure impact instead of just like leaving it there and don't believe that you can actually create some system around it. So that's a really important mindset, I think, around it. That's for the like physical world. I would like to jump into the digital world a little bit. Carl, can you tell us what exactly is digital public goods so that we can start diving into like measuring them?
Sure. So digital public goods, that includes everything from open source software, protocols, programming languages, open data sets, public blockchains, digital commons, place where we go and chat and share information. I think increasingly as the boundaries between our physical life and our digital life get more and more blurry, we're going to see that there's many more of these spaces that are creating a lot of value for society, but don't have good governance built in. And so part of the problem that we need to solve is not only how do we fund these digital public goods, but also how do we effectively govern and decide who has a say and who is able to effectively allocate resources, determine what things are needed for these digital public goods and commons to flourish.
We learned about how like physical impact is measured. Like what does open source like Observer does like that help with that process for digital public goods?
So one of the things which is really powerful about crypto networks and Web3 is that you get both a social network and a set of financial rails out of the box effectively. So you can see how money is flowing, who's contributing what, where it's coming from, and you can start to construct these graphs. Now in the real world, doing that stuff, it's possible, but it's very difficult and it's often very localized. The real power that you have with digital public goods is that it's a lot easier to start observing some of these patterns and identifying, layering data sets on top of each other. So specifically what we're trying to do is take kind of the financial layer, so looking at public goods which are receiving funding from different Ethereum-based grant ecosystems, and then adding in the layer of what kind of open source activity do they have. So looking at code contributions, looking at GitHub repos, looking at contributors. And then in addition to that, we're also trying to layer in the role that different kind of packages play, because you have software which often relies on different dependencies, and so you can actually build out a graph of how different software packages relate to each other. So just right now with those 3 data sets, there's a lot of really interesting things that you can learn. You can see, for instance, you can see a library that is being used by lots of applications, and those applications are generating sequencer fees on a blockchain. And then that blockchain might want to take some of those sequencer fees and turn that into grants that fund the libraries. And so through these types of things, you're able to build these really interesting regenerative financing systems, and all the data to measure who's doing what and where it's coming from is visible. So instead of me needing to go and interview lots of people or build out a proprietary data set, I can just start looking and start going where the data is and trying to surface insight, which I think is a really, really powerful ability. Because if you can do that, you start to go beyond just looking at each individual contribution or each project and say, how is this entire ecosystem doing? How is this network of all of these different projects and contributors, how healthy is it? And what types of contributions or what types of investments are leading to more growth or more positive outcomes for that community?
Got it. So now we got the high level. It's basically so for open source software, there's already some data available that people can that you guys can already use to measure the impact. I kind of want to ask you, both of you, to give us an example of how you guys measure impact for one really specific example. What is the process and how did you approach it? Let's start with Carl.
Sure. So one of the big things that we're trying to work on right now is this indicator called downstream impact. So basically, you have something which is very visible on a blockchain, which is how many users are here and how much fees are they generating for the network. So anybody can go, anybody can quickly observe that kind of activity. The more interesting question is say, okay, what are the different tools upstream of that impact that those applications are using that enable them to deploy more quickly or provide security or provide other services that are necessary? And so what we're trying to do is trace upstream of that application layer what other things are happening and determine a way of measuring their respective contributions towards that downstream activity. Because if you can do that, then you could have someone who is creating a software package, has no revenue models, not charging users anything, but everybody downstream of that who is using it and generating fees or extracting revenue, you can see their contribution, and then you can actually fund that upstream. So that's, again, the indicator is downstream impact, and we believe that that is a way of actually trying to take funding which comes from end users and recycle that, recirculate it back to some of the contributions that happened upstream of them.
So basically saying there's a lot of funding that is actually allocating to the application layer, but not very much to the fundamental building blocks of each application. And with tracing it upstream, you can actually do that with a more traceable manner, having everything on chain. Got it. What about Stephen?
Okay.
For
Like
measurement?
this year, we are doing a project about the social housing, the impact of social housing in Taichung City. And when we are measuring the residents, not only the financial benefits from living in that housing, but also sentimental values, interpersonal benefits, or community recognition, or knowledge ability, right? All these kind of intangible values is the most important, it's the most difficult issues. We have to deal with the data accessibility, data availability. So one important approach is to do the stakeholder survey. We cannot rely only on, let's say, digital tools. We have to directly get the data from those stakeholders. Maybe one stakeholder you can say it's subjective, but how about all the stakeholders' subjective evaluation? It becomes relatively objective. So you can gather the data. So I think that's why for SROI, social return on investment approach, their first principle is always get stakeholder involved. That's very important approach for us to address those data accessibility and data availability issues.
I think it's really interesting that Stephen here is pointing out how collectively with different singular perspective, things and action become plural. It's like different voices, different perspective, and everyone contributing their own view and aggregating everything and make it the way that you measure the impact. I wonder how Carl think eventually the approach we are having for the digital public goods or open source impact measurement can assist with these kind of measurement in the real world. Since initially you were actually from this side, right? And you jump into Web3 because it's kind of an entry point for measurement. So what do you think is the tipping point of actually having these tools helping the real world?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge with impact is that it's very subjective, right? And so something could exist and it could impact me in a different way than it would impact Stephen or would impact you. And at the same time, your relationship with that impact can change over time based on your context or how much experience you have. So I think one of the mistakes that we've made is trying to search for some kind of a magic indicator which solves all your problems, and you can say everybody needs to be optimizing for this one thing because that is the ultimate indicator. I think it's worth looking, but I don't think we're probably going to find something like that. I think much more of it is going to require giving different types of communities and different types of users the ability to sense make and to surface or upvote things that are more important to them. It's very much a collective intelligence problem, and we should be embracing the fact that the more people bringing their views and their different ways of making sense of this and determining what is impactful to them is going to give us a richer understanding of what things are useful and what things are most impactful. In my former life, one of the things that I used to do was actually help companies measure their progress against sustainable development goals. So you could have something like child labor or deforestation. And the problem with these indicators is they're very black and white. There's a definition that's been created in Geneva or somewhere which says, here's what child labor is, or here's what deforestation is. And there's an expectation that the farmer or the family that is being measured against that standard has the same understanding and the same kind of ideology behind it. And in most cases, the people who are being measured have no idea where those standards came from. They have no knowledge of what that actually means and why that is viewed as a good or a bad thing. And so, again, in the traditional world that I worked in, I feel we constructed a very unfair system where people were being measured against a standard that they had no autonomy over and they had no input, and in many cases had no understanding of why that was an important thing for them to be trying to improve or upgrade against. So I think that ideally what I'd like to see is much more bottom-up standard and sense-making, communities figuring out what matters most to them and being able to upvote that or surface that to influence where funding comes from and what things we're able to produce more of.
So what, someone is clapping, someone is applauding that. Yeah, so what Web3 can, the decentralized network can bring to this, this whole discussion is actually around how you can build up that relational layer of measuring impact, like bringing people in instead of like having one centralized authority telling you what the standard is, and everyone just like blindly believe in the system that's set. Right. And Stephen, I wonder, like, what do you think is like this kind of decentralized networks value to the network or the impact work that you've been doing for measurement, for any kind of like blockchain, any kind of this decentralized network? Like, what is the value?
Okay. Probably there are two kind of approach. One is top-down, the other is bottom-up. Top-down has been accumulating lots of domain knowledge already. So we don't have to start from zero. Okay, so if we want to make a more comprehensive or more healthy framework for bottom-up approach, I think actually we can kind of leverage the previous accumulation of knowledge and the wisdom. Okay, so for example, when I'm talking about collecting data, first, how do you know what kind of data is relevant or useful? You need to have some knowledge base, right? Okay, so for the development of a decentralized framework, I think it's also very, very effective and very resourceful and very convenient in the future. I believe so. I sincerely believe so, but it takes time. But now, you know, different part of this action taker, they don't really got a continual opportunity to kind of do the interdisciplinary communication and the dialogue, right? So maybe this is why Vivian invited me as a panelist to talk with Carl, okay? So I would say all kinds of approach. I welcome all kinds of approach. The most important thing is how can you get reliable and useful data. That's the most important things. And data source can be from all kinds of source. Okay, so of course it takes time. Yeah.
I guess like one of my takeaways will be like interdisciplinary will be super important for, it's like kind of the building blocks of bottom up, because you want bottom up, you want collective wisdom on a thing, and at the same time, as opposed to like one authoritarian like data set or a standard that's like against it. That would be something that I think a decentralized system can actually help build forward. Anything you guys want to add, like what you learned, or just like last word before we finish this this panel, because it's like time is up.
Nothing else to add. If there are any questions, we can take some questions. Most excited about?
So how can I ask, what are you guys most about impact measurement in general? What are you most excited about? Okay. Are you excited? Are you excited?
Yeah, I would say everybody might, for those for those who want to make changes, they all have their own theory of change. If you don't have data to feedback, you never know what you do is right or wrong. You need something to make you make adjustment, right? So you need data to verify what you do is wrong or right, or what kind of change you should make. And that made me excited because that actually make me improve and grow as a change maker,
The
right?
improvement,
Yeah,
growth.
yeah. And also, I often, there's an issue often being raised is about, okay, this quantitative approach is not, cannot solve all the problems. Sometimes you have to rely on qualitative approach. But I would say both quantitative and the qualitative approach actually is to provide different set of data. It's all about different data, right? But for specific purpose, some data could be useful and relevant, some are not. So it depends on what kind of purpose you want to, realize.
Learn about the data, learning about everything, and using the data to improve your own theory of change, and that improvement and learning about everything basically excites you. Carl?
Sure, I'll take the question. So I'm excited about public goods funding. I think that in general, there's a perception among younger people that public sector work, government funding, things like that are really boring. And a lot of young people say the last thing I would ever want to do is go work on something in the public sector or funding public goods, right? And I think this community in particular has done such an amazing job of changing that perception and making it so that many young people today, and I meet all of them all the time, like I'm one of the old guys, right? But like I go to events and I see all of these new people that are coming in and saying, yeah, like I care about governance, I care about bottom-up data collection, I care about digital autonomy, I want to support these things, I want to fund them, and I want to get vocal about expressing the types of things, the types of public goods that I care about, and that's like part of your identity. So I think it's really, really exciting now that this whole new generation is getting excited about governance, excited about trying to fund things that matter to their communities, and they now have all sorts of new tools to do that in a completely different way. So I'm really excited about that.
That's a good ending.
I want to
Add one thing. That's not the ending.
No. Actually, I forgot what I wanted.
He forgot. That's
Okay. Now I remember. Okay. I maintain here all kinds of intangible data can be measured to some degree. If you don't believe what I say is true, just go refund your ticket today. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. Just come to me, and I will try to, prove it to you.
Yes. I think we had a really good panel today. Thank you all for joining us today. And thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Carl. It was really amazing to talk to you. I look forward to talking to you more. Okay, great. Thank you.
So when people have amazing conversations, we forget about time, right? And I do hope everyone find really good conversations today and find a way to forget about time as well. So let's introduce our next panel. Our moderator will be HC. HC is a contributor, editor-in-chief at Reader, and he is also a contributor at GovZero, has been navigating the media space for many, many years. HC, please. And the second one is Ming En. So Ming En is a very famous podcaster. He leads the narratives of blockchain industry in Taiwan. Basically, taught a lot of people about what blockchain really is. So he's also a force to be reckoned with. And also Phoebe. Oh, hi, Phoebe. Finally met you. So Phoebe is the CEO of Likerland. So please, Phoebe. And Zachary is from Matters Lab, who is a product engineer, who will be sharing his view with us today as well.
好，很开心，今天我们要讨论，Web3 跟媒体民主的关系。那因为有蛮多底下的观众应该还不太确定，就是上面这几位主要负责的产品，就是在做什么，所以我们先快速请3位非常快 wrap up 一下，就是你们自己做的产品。大概到底是什么，让大家可以了解一下我们接下来要讨论的东西，这样。
OK， 那我先开始好了。Hello， 大家好，我是明恩。那我的产品是一个部落格，然后我是它叫区块市。那区块市它是一个以中文为主，然后讨论 Web3 的自媒体。那我们从2017年开始写文章，一个礼拜3篇的内容，然后一路到现在大概是维持6年的时间，没有间断，然后所以总共写了大概600篇的文章，200集的 podcast， 每一个礼拜会找在台湾关注 Web3 的可能是政府的机关或者是创业者来聊聊，那主要是让原本对于 Web3 不熟悉的人，他们可以戴起耳机，在 Spotify、在 Apple Podcast 上面就可以听到 Web3 在最近发生了什么事。然后我们是用中文，那所以我们在2022年获选这个 Apple Podcast 上面就是最能代表2022这一整年的时事脉动节目的其中之一这样子。然后我们也会被放在这种 Apple Podcast 的上面。这是我们在做的内容。另外，区块市它是用付费订阅，就是由读者来付钱，我们不收广告商的钱。那所以我们的内容是为读者而写，而不是为广告而写，大概这样。谢谢。
Hello， 我是 Phoebe， 是 Likeland 跟 Litecoin 的创办团队。我也是明恩的忠实粉丝，也跟 Matter， 其实我们一直也是在2017年开始进入这个媒体跟区块链相关的产业。那我们一直集中于在做出版相关的区块链开发，从infrastructure 到现在 Likeland 作为一个应用层去卖书，就是你的书可以用 NFT 去出版。这种方式在港台推广这个东西给书店啊，还有出版社去转营，也当然会跟不同的写作平台去合作，当然 Meta 也是其中一个。那去探索能不能够用到 Web3 储存内容的方式做得更好，把内容溯源啊，或者是 collaborative writing 去做得更好。那谢谢。
好，大家好，我是 Zach。那我是 Matters 的Product Engineer， 然后 Matters 就是一个创作平台，但是我们是想要用 Web3 的特性，或者是 Web3 它独特的功能，来让所有的创作者可以自由的在 Matters 上面创作，然后不被算法或者是不被传统中心化的控制被影响这样子。对，所以 Matters 是一个非常开放、非常自由可以创作的地方。谢谢。
好，那因为我们今天主要是要讨论 Web3 跟民主媒体的关系，那扣合回就是放在 Commons， 就是想要请问3位，你们觉得媒体作为一个公共财的角色，那跟就是传媒跟民主的关系大概是什么样子的一个关系？就以你们的立场来讲。
我想好了，我自己会觉得媒体它蛮特别的哦，它介于内容跟读者之间。我不知道现场有多少人，他每天是不靠媒体就可以掌握 Web3 的所有的东西的。我相信应该没有啦，就是大家，例如说我自己能够看的，可能是例如说 Gitcoin 的论坛，或者是 Optimism 的论坛，但是有很多专案，他们可能例如说 ENS， 他们最近发生了什么事，我可能绝大多数都是靠一间媒体来获得资讯，或者是一些媒体。但是这些媒体他们绝大多数，我不知道在现场的各位有没有人 现在有付费订阅任何媒体？有的可以举个手让我看一下吗？有 ，OK， 感谢。对，那其实大概还有，我觉得今天的比例算蛮高的哦。那但是正常，刚刚我们看大概有一半左右的人是有付费订阅媒体，但是有另外一半是没有。那你就会蛮好奇的是说，媒体它总是要请人，它运作需要成本，但是我们都不需要付钱给他，那它到底靠什么东西来维持营运？于是，我会现在当然大家大概都知道，就是那就是靠广告或者是靠某些赞助。那于是钱从哪里来，内容就会往哪里去。于是我们在台湾，尤其在电视上面或者一些报纸，我们大概听名字，大概就会知道说，那他的立场在哪里了。倒不是说这些媒体他们背后的员工很支持这个，而是因为他们这间媒体的钱是从某一些地方来的，所以他们会有不同的立场。那我就回头，如果我们在 Web3 领域里面，我们除了看的不只是资讯，不只是政治上面的讨论或社会上面的事件，而是很多在 Web3 领域里面绝大多数跟资产相关，也就是钱。那我们获得哪些资讯，好像又比传统的这样的媒体来得更重要。于是你会发现，媒体它既然站在内容跟读者之间，我们绝大多数人是仰赖这些媒体来获得资讯内容，但是甚至是获得资产，但是我们没有从里面，我们没有贡献回这一个媒体，或者是没有资助他们，那于是我们就很容易受到不同立场或者是不同金主的操弄，这是我会觉得媒体它跟民主之间的关系。
那 Phoebe，
我们可以从另外一个角度给一些就是 narrative， 因为我们主要分布的服务对象是香港跟台湾。那如果是在香港的话呢，就我们分3个部分来讲，access、distribution 跟 promotion， 就是媒体常常都需要从这3方面去想。台湾的话 ，access 可能就很容易。不过香港的话，其实 access 现在变得越来越困难了，就可能有一些内容会被审查掉，或者是根本越来越少人愿意去做这个产业的事，做内容，因为他们会有种种的不同的原因被灭性了等等。那所以我们希望呢，就是在 Web3 上面是提供一个安全，然后可以把最基本的 access 可以处理得到，比方说用得到decentralized storage 的 solution 给传统的产业媒体人去用。第2部分就是因为有这个基建跟 infrastructure， 那所以第2部分的 distribution 它可以做得到，比方说可以把好的内容，或者是好像名人那种 newsletter 也可以 distribute 到不同的地方。那第3就是如何透过 Web3 去架构一个distribution model 去 promote 这个东西。Web3 可能可以提供的就是一个 incentive， 就是提供诱因嘛。诱因可以是来自价值的诱因。如果我是一个读者，想要 create 测检这个内容的时候，我能否从中拿到 credit， 或者是拿到经济的东西呢？那这个也可以透过 Web3 去实行。那最终就是我们想要把出版或者是内容创作这个事情，可以在一个 more freedom of expression 可以 restore 在现代的这个content creation 的世界里面，特别是在一些困难的地方，比方说香港等等的地方，对。
OK， 那我可能会用跟2位不一样的角度来切入，就是媒体对于台湾这个民主的社会嘛，就是它已经是public good， 这个已经是普遍的共识了，对吧？然后因为每一个社会或者是说每一个人，其实你都可以把它当做是一个 需要，它是一种需要，因为每一个社会你就是需要有好的、可靠的、多元的资讯，或者是资讯自由的流动，来帮助我们民主社会的每个人来做出决定嘛。所以其实这个已经是一个我觉得这个媒体是 public good 这件事情已经是一个共识了。对 ，Web3 我们讲共识嘛，所以这其实是一个共识。但是如果你谈到媒体跟民主之间的关系，其实你看到现在的媒体其实已经不再是那一个提供可靠多元资讯的唯一的角色了，对吧？就是它不再垄断这个东西。那现在每一个人都是资讯的源头，每个人都可以是创作者，也是媒体，对吧？那在这个媒体，它已经没有办法去当唯一的资讯来源的龙头，而且它现在也可能没有办法去验证这些资讯的真假。那理应上，我们每一个人其实都是需要做好自己把控自己资讯的一个守门人的角色。但是现实并不是这样的嘛，所以这也是为什么 Web3 我们大家坐在这里就是想要讨论这件事情，我们怎么用 Web3 的技术或 Web3 的特性来帮助这些有可能是民主的隐患之一的问题来解决。那这也是 Matters 一直在探讨的题目这样子。对，所以大概关系是这样子。
好，谢谢三位。那因为上礼拜就是也在同一个地方刚举办过 NFT Taipei， 然后就是 Litecoin 的另外一位创办人也到了台湾，那我们也有讨论到这个问题，就是关于台湾跟香港有非常大在我们讨论民主上语境的差别。那所以我想要问一下 Phoebe， 就是你可以跟我们大家解释一下，就是目前香港在于包含国安法以后，就是整个言论控制或者是言论审查，那这当然包含了媒体跟出版之间就是的空间被限缩。那你觉得包含你们自己在做的这些工作，或者是一般民众对于这样子的状况，我们有没有办法用 Web3 的工具来协助大家这样？
刚刚有提到说，就我们希望在架构上，就是 infrastructure 上提供一个可能性，这个是第一。第二就是在越来越严峻的 difficult 的 society 里面，怎么能够凝聚一般还有心想要做内容的人，这个是第二。因为除了有这些工具以后，你怎么能够继续凝聚这帮人是也蛮重要的一个议题，也就是为什么重建也不在香港会办一个工作坊，这周其实都是想要讲怎么去利用 Web3 这个工具，可以继续你们出版的一个角色，可能他们有一些 editor 现在已经在国外了，还是有一些在地的人在报道一些重要的社群或者是一些每天在发生的事情。那 Web3 能够facilitate 这个协作，也能够保证内容的真实性，也是 Web3 能够 enable 的，也是开始变得重要。反观这个可能在台湾现在没有还是这么重要的一个议题，反而在香港可能会是一个蛮重要的一个模式吧，因为开始会是不知道可能会跟大陆一样，或者是别的地方一样，不知道什么资讯是哪一次正经的在地的香港，或者是只是在外面看得到的已经是被审查掉的。那所以我们要保证还有一些人会去报道重要的事情。然后第三就会是让外面的人知道香港或者是其他地方这个状态吧。因为有一些人不明白，为什么 publishing 对你们那么重要？为什么你们搞 Web3 不是搞别的，而是搞内容？因为我们这个社会，我在的那个地方在发生这个审查的状态，那我们想要解决或者是改善这个问题的时候，就会有这个 context， 因为有 context 是很重要，要不他不会明白，你们做的这个工具是有什么用这样子。那所以我觉得，如果没有先了解我们身处的这个 context 去 了解我们建的工具的话，可能不明白。不过如果现在知道有这个审查的问题，特别可能是来自政府或者是台湾的话，是另外一个角度去看，或者是广告商的一个审查，或者是刚刚明恩提到，就是资金来源的一个审查，会影响到健康内容发展，那就会从另外一个角度去用我们的工具。那所以要讲分别的话，我会觉得香港是面对一个不同 layer 的问题，在台湾是面对另外一个。不过我们的工具可能就提供了不同的可能性吧。
好，谢谢。但在于当我们在讨论公共财的时候，就是回到台湾的语境，就是台湾的媒体生存还是非常困难的。对，那就是最近明年一直在区块市有讨论到一些Web3相关的 grant。那对，就我在听就是区块市最近几集大家都在讲这个 grant 相关的内容。所以印象中就是也在明年在节目上面提到说，就是如果有足够资金的话，那也希望就是打破就是陪我的这个东西，让所有人都可以接触到相关的内容，就是刚刚 Phoebe 讲到的 SS 的部分。所以可以再请明恩就是多讲一下对于媒体公共化对于跟民主的影响这样。
OK。我简单介绍一下区块市的发展的严格，大概分成3个阶段。第一阶段是我们免费公开，这是区块市从2017年开始在 Medium 上面写文章，然后是免费让大家可以读得到。那时候我也因为我自己的身份正在当兵，所以我没有办法收钱，那就是军人不能做生意这样哈。那但是到2018年我服完兵役之后，开始做了区块市，然后让这一个媒体它从本来的免费公开变成是它更可持续一点，就是它可以由读者付费订阅。所以我们在最一开始有4000个人，他留下 email， 然后让大家可以免费收到 email。那第2阶段，我们就开始从这4000人问说，是不是愿意付费订阅，然后一直到现在2023年，我们从2018到2023的这一段时间都是付费订阅。但是在2023的这一年，我们开始尝试探索公共财的募资机制，主要2部分，第一部分是 Gitcoin Grants， 第2部分是 Optimism 举办的 Rachel PGF。那这2个对我来说是正好在解决我过去这6年来的遇到一个最大的困扰，就是我的内容到底是要公开还是要封闭。因为区块市在最一开始其实之所以会能够累积最初的4000个读者，是因为我的内容完全公开，没有设任何的付费墙，于是 SEO 非常好，你基本上搜寻区块链，它可能就会跳出区块市的懒人包第1名 Google。搜寻第1名，那但是直到2018年我开始设了付费墙之后，它的排名就一直往后，然后于是最后就很难在 Google 上面 SEO 上面找得到。这是你想要让自己的媒体能够维持营运所必须做出的牺牲，在过去这5、6年来，但是区块市在过去这一段时间也同时每个礼拜会固定公开1篇到2篇的文章。去让没有付费订阅的人也可以看得到。那我就在想说，那到底我的内容到底是要公开，还是要放在付费墙后面？那直到2023年，其实2022年底，我看到 Rachel PGF， 觉得它蛮有趣的，它让现在的这种读者付费订阅的模式，它变成是一种投资。换句话说，大家已经不是去买内容，然后他获得内容，然后他给我金钱，而是他有机会从订阅者变成是区块市的投资者。也就是他如果现在订阅区块市1个月或者是1年的时间，那接下来这1年里面，我向 Rachel PGF 申请到了一笔 OP 的代币，我就可以把这些 OP 的代币拿来回馈给付费的读者，根据他们的比例。 当这笔钱足够多的时候，就有可能比他们付的1年的订阅费来得更多。那多出来的那笔钱就是他们的投资收益。这个概念也不是我发明的，是从社会影响力债券的这样的一个概念拿过来的，只是它放在 Web3 领域里面，我们会叫它 Ritual PGF。那这个是用来解决大家其实不太愿意付钱来订阅媒体，而是比较愿意投资。那于是我们就把投资的这个概念放到公共财这里面来，然后当成是一个诱因，这是第一个 Ritual PGF。第二个是 Gitcoin Grants。其实大家愿付的金额，其实不一定每一个人手上的这个余裕都有这么多。于是 Gitcoin Grants 它让每一个人他的小额可以放大他的小额的捐款，可以放大他的投资，放大他的这个效益。于是，在区块市也在虽然从2020年就已经有开始尝试 Gitcoin Grants。然后也拿到 Vitaly Buterin 直接的这个捐款，但是其实在过去的这2年多的尝试以来，区块市一直没有办法在 Gitcoin Grant 上面有一些成绩，一直到今年才开始又重新想说，哎，我们遇到了很多的问题，我们看到在今年看到非常多公共财的议题，例如说从疫情中间的台湾有一个口罩地图，那它其实是服务大家的。那或者是对于币圈的人来说，是 FTX 倒闭之后，台湾有人做出了这个债权的查询工具，就是想要知道 FTX 到底欠我多少钱，于是他就免费做了这个东西，结果大家就有一些公司就直接拿去用了，那但是并没有付钱，于是这个账单是开发者在付，但是好处是某一些公司在收，那。这一个又一个都让我会觉得说啊，那公共财好像是一个蛮好的机制，至少套用在他们上面。那同样也套用在我们自己媒体上面。所以区块市从2023年就开始想要做一个勇敢的或者是大胆的实验，就是想办法让本来的很单纯的付费订阅变成是付费投资跟小额捐款，放大它的效益。然后让我们的整个媒体的资金来自于大众，而不是来自于企业。那我们就没有道理，钱没有从那边来，那我们的内容就不会往那边走，大概是这样。
好，那我们刚刚讨论的就是包含台湾跟香港的语境。那我们想要回来看一下，就是在中国语境上，我们早期在看或者是听 Matters。相关的采访，就是大部分都是看到就是截屏受访嘛。那通常都在讨论就是 Matters 当初一开始做去中心化，主要是因为因应就中国墙内的各种被言论审查或下架的这个状况。那所以想要问一下 Zack， 就是包含 Matters 现在就是中港台3地的使用状况，然后跟就你们观察，就是 Matters 在中国，是不是有帮助到，就是这些言论可以被好好的保存下来，然后对于他们的使用者有没有什么样子的帮助？这样
？OK， Matters 就是其实是有透过一个叫做IPFS 的技术嘛，来让所有的创作者的内容可以去中心化的被储存。然后让创作者可以拿到更多的内容的自主权。那其实这只是 Matters 的第一步。那这个也不仅仅限于比如说中国啊，或者是其他的。其实，在现在你在社群媒体上也是可以看到一样的问题，就是每一个创作者之间其实是无法连接起来的。所以其实对 Matters 来说，我们更想要进一步的是想要让所有的创作者彼此连接起来。彼此 mobilize 起来，组织起来，这就是刚好呼应的去中心化的概念嘛。对，那因为除了是一些集权的地方，或者是社群媒体，其实他们社群媒体其实就是数位世界的一个，可能你可以说他是独裁者吧，对吧？就是他是一个自上而下权力集中，他伤害的不是只有你的内容可能不会被其他人看到。 或者是你的内容可能就直接不见了。那其实它伤害的更多的是你有没有办法自由的跟其他的创作者自由的交流，然后进而产生自由的创作，这个才是Matters 最focus 的重点是在这边。那所以这也是为什么我们在刚提到 IPFS 这只是第一步。那所以接下来我们就是想要用Web 3的各种的方式，然后来让所有的创作者可以这算是可以去在一个内容民主的环境下自由的创作，这才是 Matters 主要的任务，或者是说我们想要探索的地方。对，大概是这样。
好，因为时间有限，然后问题其实还没问完，但我们就是快速请3位在大概用1分钟的时间，就是可以讲一下就是你们接下来的计划，然后你们觉得就是这些 Web3 的技术如何就是协助媒体在民主上可以有更好的发展。那明人开始。
OK， 好，我还是从刚刚我们提到的 Gitcoin Grants 跟 Ritual PGF 这2件事情哦。其实 Gitcoin Grants 在2023年区块市已经有一个蛮好的表现，在以中文媒体为代表的话，可能就已经算是在全球上面已经排名。拿到的 Matching Fund 已经名列前茅，我们也拿到了这笔资金之后，就可以拿来做更多的实验，例如说有办了实体的活动，或者开始尝试一些影音的内容。那这是一部分，大概在 Gitcoin Grant 上面，我们大概就是继续往维持的角度，然后让大家可以愿意尝试体验这种平方募资法的这样的一个概念。但是在 Ritual PGF 这边，我们可以努力的空间还很大。以我们从2023年初开始参加的 Ritual PGF 2开始，我们虽然也是在总共195个专案里面，几乎可以说是唯一一个中文的专案，至少在专案的名称上面只有区块市打中文，没有其他的都你看不到任何的中文的叙述，那你就可以知道说，哎，这看起来至少在中文上面的比例是非常非常低的。那区块市也是唯一在 Ritual PGF 2获选的中文专案。那只是我们在整个排名上面还是偏后段班，大概 PR 20。所以就是在那个很后面很后面，大概 PR 20好像不会有人特别说的，平常大家说就是 PR 99的样子，PR 98，好像没有人说自己 PR 20的。那在区块市的Ritual PGF 2的这成绩大概是这样。那于是，但是我们还是有拿到一些 OP， 我们拿到6355颗 OP， 于是我们就有拿到这笔钱，我们就可以把这个实验给走完。我在今年5月的时候就把这6355颗按照每一位会员的当初的付费的金额比例回馈给他们的钱包。于是虽然这笔钱没有办法实际让他们的订阅的钱变成是一笔可获利的投资，但是已经可以开始变成是，好像你有订阅费会有折扣。那这一次我们在参与 Ritual PGF 3，最近才刚投票结束，我们的 PR 在整个643个专案里面，从本来的 PR 20进步到 PR 45。好，所以那再加上这一次的资金的比例，这个总量比较高，就是有3000万颗 OP。理论上我们应该可以拿到比上一次还要多。那于是我就可以实现一个大家在台湾的路上很常看到的一个标语，叫做“穿比不穿还凉”。那在区块市呢，是订阅比不订阅更划算。就是你订阅了区块市，你其实不只有你不是付了$801年，而是你付了$801年之后，你有资格在这1年里面拿到超过$80等值的 OP， 当成你的投资回馈。于是，这是我们想要做的实验。那很有可能我们在2024年的时候有机会实现这个愿望，所以这应该是我们接下来会想要做的一个里程碑。我先讲到这里。
我们的话，我们相信就是文字跟新闻内容是公共财的一个很重要的一方面，就是知识 knowledge。 should be a public goods。然后我们想要提供的可能性就是如何能够把一个旧的产业去用得到新的科技，experiment 一个新的 business model。我们最近在忙于的就是把一些书，就是这个年代可能会听的最多是没有人在看书。书可能现在的载体不单是一个纸本的实体书，它有可能是一个电子书，又或者是一个碎片，就是碎片化的一个阅读体验。那我们能否用到 Web3 去把这些 dots 连起来？允许作者能够把他的电子报或者是collections 去卖出去，让读者可以支持他们继续去营运下去。然后慢慢的也可以把pay to access 换成一个 pay to own 的一个读者的模式。那这个也是我们 Likeland 最近想要 explore 的一个事情。
OK， 我希望可以多给我几分钟。对，就是我们以 Matters 角度来说，Web3 我们认为最有潜力的地方，其实就是对于创作者的 ownership 的提升。因为就是像我刚刚一开始提到，就是我们可以透过 Web3 来让创作者可以自由的交流，不被打扰。那这是第一种的 ownership。但是第二种的话，就是我觉得我们可以透过 Web3 来让这个创作者得到这个 community 的 ownership。对，因为现在大家可以回想一下，就是我们现在的创作者的 community， 它会带来一定的注意力经济，对吧？但是这些经济的收入其实是由中心化的公司来分配，所以其实你的创作者的 community 其实是在滋养或者是在帮助这些公司长大，他的那些正向的回馈并没有回到创作者身上，所以这个其实并不是创作者的 community。对吧？你的 ownership 其实是你是拿不到的，对，所以 Matters 的新的计划就是想要透过 Web3 的方式来把这一件事情更公开透明。那我想稍微介绍一下，就是如果大家回想一下，你在搭公车或者是捷运，你常常会看到一些看板，对吧？那这些看板只要有人潮，就会有人愿意把它租下来。那其实我们 Matters 上面也是一个非常算是不小的一个创作者的 community。那我们也想把 Matters 上面的公共空间，把它转成哈伯格税的 NFT， 也就是说所有人都可以来针对这个 NFT 去购买或者是去租。对，所以只要有人愿意分享他的创作计划，或者是任何公益的计划，或者是商业的计划，其实你都可以透过 NFT， 透过哈伯格税的方式来把你的内容投放到 Matters 上面。对，那 Matters 会把这一些哈伯格税的税收，透过像是 Gitcoin Grants 的方式来分配，也就是刚刚明恩有提到的类似的就是那个平方的配捐方法。对，就是只要你有获得多一次的支持，那我们就会从这个税收，也会用相应的比例把这个我们的税收分给创作者。对，那所以其实 Matters 想要做的是一个是这个 Matters 是大家的，并不是属于 Matters 这个团队的。这些所有的税收，注意力经济的税收都会还给那个创作者，那是创作者应该得到的。所以大概是这样子。
好，不好意思让大会那个烦恼了，我们时间延长。
不烦恼，一点完全没在想。
好，但我们还是非常谢谢3位与谈人，谢谢大家。
谢谢。
Okay, thank you, panelists. So today we talked about impact mechanisms, we talked about measurements, we talked about various use cases from digital public goods to a lot of different various Web2 industries. Next, we're going to take 10-minute break, come back, and we're going to talk about the tools that's going to fuel the public goods scene. Okay, so there are like tiramisus over there, the containers are in glass, so that needs to be recycled, but do take everything, all the dessert, food, and swags. We'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. We are starting our next session in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We're starting our next session in 3 minutes. If you are still getting food, remember to get yourself some more and get back to the main stage. We are starting in 3 minutes. Hey, everyone. We're starting our next session in 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
差不多了，时间那个 Hoka 的啊，让你来好，你来。
我在那边叫人呢。Okay, great. Hey everyone, we're starting the next session now. I would like to invite all of you to come back to the main stage and join us for a talk around hypersearch. We've been listening to a lot of the examples around hypersearch, and finally having someone to explain what it is would be really crucial for the talk today, for the whole theme today. Please join us at the main stage to learn about hypersearch. Great. Let me introduce our speaker, Hoka Bremer. Bremer? Is that a Brahma? Hoka Brahma is the director at HyperSearch Foundation. And he has been working on HyperSearch for 2, 3, like plenty of years and pretty deep into it. And recently, they have like relatively new and interesting development in the HyperSearch Foundation. And that's here from Hoka. A round of applause for Hoka.
All right. You guys can hear me? Wonderful. Thank you for having me here. It is really cool to be here in Taiwan talking about hypercerts because there's so much going on with hypercerts here. I feel like there are probably more articles written about hypercerts in Chinese and in English. That's wonderful, and thanks to like Noah and everybody else who has contributed to that, Noah and Vivian and all the others. Very exciting to be here. And I will give you a little bit of an overview of hypercerts, and then afterwards I'm excited to have a panel with somebody from Gainforest, Sharfi, and Frank from FabDAO so that we can dig into the use cases of hypercerts a little bit more, because that is really what excites me, that there are so many different use cases for hypercerts coming up. All right, the plan for the next 20 minutes is that I traditionally go with what is actually the problem that we want to solve with hypercerts, our contribution to kind of this problem, and then what did we do in 2023, and an outlook of what do we want to do in 2024, and as I already gave it away, that's what I'm excited about, all the use cases that we can use hypercerts for now. All right, the problem. I'm a political economist. I like to talk about research. I could talk about this for like the next 20 minutes, I won't, but I think I want to highlight kind of these 4 works, and it seems like I'm reading a good book every 10 years. There are more good books, but really the importance of like bottom-up development, the first one, a warning about what happens, what can go wrong when we kind of measure in order to control. How do we actually build not only like new products that do an incremental change, but actually how we build systems that are really complicated, but really can make a bigger difference than just creating the next app that does one thing incrementally better. And then the 4th thing here is the value of everything from Marina Mazzucato that reminds us that we have to have the conversation about what we collectively value. And this is interesting because this is basically the conversation that we have about impact measurement. Impact measurement also means like we have to agree what actually has value. And that's kind of the jumping in point for the problem, because the problem is what we value is actually not identical with what is profitable. And if we put that on a 2-dimensional space, we have a couple of examples where there are things that are profitable. Some of them we really value, others we don't value that much. We also, for some things, don't know yet how much we value them because they could destroy everything, but they could also create a lot of things that we really like. And then there's kind of the things that create a lot of value, but we don't actually have really good business models for these things. And some of the things, for example, open source software, of course, there is like, people have worked on this for a long time, and this is also like a lot of cool models arrived already, but there's more things to do with these examples. How do we produce more collective goods? Collective goods is the term I like to use. Others use public goods for this. But it's basically when we don't have a good value capturing mechanism for these things that we actually value. And this has a lot of challenges around innovation, around sustainability, like financial sustainability or competitive compensation. That's also why AI is on this slide, because how much more compensation do you get if you work on AI research in capabilities versus safety? And that kind of highlights also the very practical problem that we deal with. What can we do about it? We can, for example, just make more profitable those things that we value. And this is an approach that has like carbon credits. I'm not arguing that carbon credits is actually like a implementation that has been like super successful, but from the concept of it, it really pushes up the things that we value, less CO2 in the air, make it more profitable, so push it up higher in this graph. A different strategy actually is the bundling and the cross-subsidization of in communities of interest. And an example of this is Bell Labs. Bell Labs basically bundled together a monopoly on telecommunication from AT&T in the US with the research that Bell Labs did. And the research of Bell Labs produced information theory, cell phones, and transistors. So really impactful things, and really impactful things that also like we now take for granted and created a lot of value. And this was only possible because it was bundled together with this monopoly. And here, like the state actually had an impact on this as well, because the US state actually required AT&T to make their research open to everyone. So there's something about this bundling where the research was then also beneficial for AT&T in order to keep their monopoly. So these are kind of two different strategies that I think HyperCerts is a tool, a technology that can enable these strategies and kind of lower the transaction costs for putting this into place. Right, so our contribution, and intentionally our contribution because we are not solving this alone, but we are contributing to the solution in a system that we want to build and encourage that we all together like build this. So HyperCerts together try to create an open data layer for tracking and rewarding impact. That's really what we want to do. And that's why every single HyperCert, and this is just an example on the left side, represents a unique impact claim. That unique impact claim says who did what when. So it really just captures the contribution. It's not yet about the evaluations. So who did what when, a contribution graph of things that we think are impactful. And then technically, this is an extension of the ERC 1155 token standard. And the HyperCert is that fractionizable. That's the difference to the classic 1155. And that enables us, for example, that if I produce work, that I can sell like 10% of this work to somebody who supported me in this work. And this is kind of the extension from ERC 1155 to the HyperCert standard. So in addition to the contribution graph, and this is very intentionally that we took away kind of the evaluation and disentangled that from the contribution. So the evaluation, including a self-evaluation, but then also multiple other evaluations can point towards the HyperCert. And this enables now an open evaluation system because we can disagree on how impactful this contribution was. And this is a difference, for example, to carbon credits, where carbon credits basically just bundle this together. It's somebody did some work and somebody says this was impactful, but the technology, the underlying technology doesn't really allow us to really make transparent this conflict if people disagree on how impactful some work was. And this also enables us then to really incentivize multiple evaluations, the disagreement and the innovation on the evaluation side. And if we think, for example, about biodiversity, we know that in the future, we will come up with better evaluation techniques. And that's really important that we allow for these new evaluators, new methodologies to arise. And we need to build systems that incentivize that. So we have the contributions and the evaluations, we separate them. And then a third aspect here is that we build hyperboards, and hyperboards basically is just a visualization of the ownership. So because we want to use HyperCerts to recognize those who financially and non-financially contributed to this impact. So these are kind of the three aspects for the HyperCerts kind of building blocks. So why do we do this? I could probably list like 10 different reasons, but I have 4 for you here. So we want to recognize the financial and non-financial contributions. We want to enable new retrospective funding mechanisms, and HyperCerts also work with non-retrospective funding mechanisms, but with grants and bounties as well. And I will talk more about that in a second. We want to incentivize high quality evaluations, and we want to connect different funding systems. The last point is important because we don't want to just build a new platform that does something incrementally better than other funding platforms, but we want to also integrate HyperCerts as a data standard into existing platforms so that the funding can be tracked across different platforms, and that really, for us, is the advantage of using Web3 technology for this. So let's dig a little bit into retroactive funding. There is already, I feel like you guys know about this already because it was in earlier talks, for example, with the social impact bonds and others. So, but this is also how HyperCert started because we were excited about pushing more funding into the retroactive side instead of just having prospective grants. And the standard funding mechanisms when we have funders and contributors, funders just give out a grant, the contributors create some work that has some impact, and then the funders basically hope that that was really actually impactful. The contributors, the grantees, sometimes they actually just do what they wrote in the grant proposal, and they are not, while implementing this, really think about what is the most impactful thing that I could do right now. And this kind of, in the startup world, we would say like a startup pivoted because something else was more important and resulted in more impact, but they have no incentives to do that in the classic system. And then a third aspect is the impact reports that are then written are not actually that interesting because nobody really has an interest in finding out that something was not impactful because there's nothing that happens with this impact report that is really influential. So retrospective funding really wants to close this loop. So we start again with funders and contributors. The contributors now create a hypercert. They create the hypercert and they can fund the initial work through, for example, selling 10% of their hypercert to a funder. So there is a prospective aspect to this. Then the same thing happens. They create work and they create impact, but now they're actually incentivized to maximize the impact at every point in this journey because we are closing the loop by evaluators that really evaluate this, and the evaluators evaluate in a way that they link the evaluation to the hypercert, they signal it to funders, and the funders retroactively fund the hypercert again. So part of the funding that the contributors get depends on the impact evaluation, and that's why the impact evaluation is now actually meaningful. And then to just complete this, funders can actually exchange hypercerts, and evaluators, some of the evaluators can predict which teams actually will be impactful for kind of the prospective funding aspect. So that's kind of the system that we are working on. And importantly, retroactive funding is just like one of the things that we are excited about. But hypercerts can be used as a base layer for lots of different funding mechanisms, because we are not saying that everything should be retroactive funding. We are saying we need an interesting mix out of these things, dependent on the conditions of the problem that we are working on. Okay, what have we done in 2023? I feel like we have done a lot. We have launched on Optimism. We have done a couple of pilots with Gitcoin, with Susalu, with Funding the Commons. We have released an SDK so other projects can build on hypercerts and implement them for example, their own funding platforms. We have piloted hyperboards, and now we are just created marketplace features, and they're currently in the security audit so that we can actually then in Q1 create a marketplace aspect to hypercerts and bring this kind of this vision into reality. So this is just an overview of a couple of hypercerts from the Gitcoin pilot to show you that they're real. This is our Dune dashboard. You can see that the activity spikes quite a bit. So these are kind of our pilots. In the future, we hope that this actually goes up more consistently. But at the same time, we have over 50,000 hypercerts minted already. So this is good for the first year, but I think there's much more things that we can work on. So outlook for 2024, the use cases. As I said, this is what is exciting. The 2023 was really building the base layer, the hypercerts protocol. 2024 will be looking at the use cases and then using what we have built in 2023. Just some examples, and we will hear more about Gainforest, the application to biodiversity and nature conservation. We have the pilot with Gitcoin. I talked about that a little bit already, but we integrate hypercerts into Gitcoin instead of just creating new platforms. DAO Zero Studio, experimenting with retroactive project financing. FabDAO, we will hear more about. Also project financing. We have the open source observer who digs more into the problem of how do we actually measure the impact of open source software. We have how do we do decentralized journalism and recognize those that contribute to this. This is a project in India, very exciting. We have the longevity prize. How do we do a prize competition with hypercerts? We have the Green Pill network that really looks into kind of the local coordination and how can we actually use hypercerts to track the contributions. And we are thinking about how can we track the contributions to events. For example, Funding the Commons, but also Zuzalu. So, and these are just like use cases that people are working on. These are great projects by themselves. And these are all projects that are thinking, how can we link up with hypercerts and how can we build these use cases? Because the really difficult aspect is bringing this to the use cases. Just building the protocol, that was like interesting, but bringing this, like basically the go-to market for this is where this either works or it doesn't. So lots of things are happening, very exciting. And basically I've told you a lot right now from the start where we talked about where I'm coming from my interest in political economy, the problem in theory about collective goods, the hypercerts, the elements of the hypercerts protocol, why we actually are excited about what is retroactive funding, what have we done in 2023, and why are we excited about 2024 in the hypercerts ecosystem. And ultimately, we really want to replace slow, inefficient top-down bureaucracies with fast-moving, interconnected funding networks. And this has been a very collaborative effort from the start. There are actually like even more people and organizations involved, but thanks to our collaborators and basically a call to action for anybody who wants to build on hypercerts, who wants to contribute to the project, who wants to use it. Please reach out. We are happy to talk about new applications or about integrations into the effort that you are doing. So thank you, everyone. And now,
Cool. Thank you, Hoka. So we're Hoka.
Yeah.
You actually need to stay there.
yeah, I can stay here and I can.
You can find a seat.
I thought
So
I was
Hoka is moderating the next panel with Frank from FabDAO and Sharpie from Gainforest, which are two projects that Hoka mentioned, in which like hypercert was experimented. Let's welcome Frank and Sharpie. Great. I'll just leave the stage to you, Hoka.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to like transition over as well, but this works, wonderful. Thank you both for being here, Shafi and Frank. And I think like I have talked for the last 20 minutes already about like the hypercerts project in general, and that's why I'm excited about now talking about Gainforest and FabDAO and like what your thoughts about hypercerts. But before we go into that connection, maybe Shafi, we start with you. Can you tell us a little bit about like the project of Gainforest in general so that we understand the context for this?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Hello, everybody. My name is Sharfi, and I'm one of the co-founders of Gainforest. So Gainforest is actually a Swiss-based nonprofit organization, and our mission is to stop global deforestation. And so one of the challenges that we're most concerned with is how do we coordinate efforts from all over the world in order to reward environmentally positive actions. And so this could be in a number of different ways, whether it is by conservation work, by actually protecting and stopping forests from being cut down, or it's also by planting and reforestation. So there's a lot of different climate positive actions that require people from all over the world to work on. It's not, a specific problem that only I can work on in Switzerland, where the nonprofit is actually located, but it requires efforts from people in Brazil, in Taiwan, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, where we have a lot of very important biodiversity hotspots and a lot of very important forests to preserve. So forests are very important also because it is one of the main drivers of climate change.
Nice. So you mentioned the word coordination and like there are so many players involved. How do you actually work? Like how do you organize this, like these multiple stakeholders? So what is the coordination part for Gainforest?
So we have a core team, and then we also have a sort of decentralized part of this as well. The core team's goal is to figure out the mission and the direction of where Gainforest is headed and what our main priorities are. And as far as the decentralized aspects where maybe HyperCerts is more relevant, is we work very closely with the communities on the ground, nonprofit organizations. These nonprofit organizations, they're the people that actually are more connected with their very immediate surroundings. So the communities for example, in the Philippines, they know what is most important. And so we empower them, and we work with so many different communities on the ground. And we try to figure out, what are their main challenges? How do we help them do the conservation and environment protection work that they need to do? Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, and I think this is also like the reason why I'm like such a big fan of Gainforest, because you really take to heart like the lessons that we learned from Eleanor Ostrom. Like, how do we build up bottom up, and how do we take into account the really like the community aspect of this? But then you don't stop there, but you also combine it with like technology like satellite imagery and drones, etc. So I think this is like such a cool project that combines these things. So really cool. Frank. Can you tell us a little bit about FabDAO? What do you guys do?
Okay, sure. So hi everyone, I'm Frank. I'm a contributor in FabDAO. And FabDAO has two stages. The first stage is NFT project, which is we invited 6 Taiwanese generative artists who had a project called Project Present. And it used code to illustrate the beauty of Taiwanese mountain. And it is a really great NFT project, which had found some money and to support the phase 2. The phase 2 is to let FabDAO become a decentralized organization, to become the fully a DAO. And the fund was supported to the contributor of the progressive decentralization process. So I am the contribution during this process, and I was coordinated in one of the special working group. We call ourselves HyperCert Labs, because we want to use HyperCert as not only as a record, but also a tool to facilitate the coordination while all of different contributors, different members, how do we collaborate more to help the decentralized more reachable or more trust we can build in this time.
Just for the, can we actually get another microphone? That will get this is out of battery. Cool. So you mentioned already the HyperCerts lab that you are running this. Is that correct? Like you're one of the contributors. Yeah. Cool. Can you tell us a little bit more how you see the role of HyperCerts in like for this coordination that you mentioned? Like, why is HyperCerts an interesting concept for you?
Oh, thank you. Hoka had already told about the big picture of HyperCert. And I think for us, we mainly focus on the contribution part, because the pre-distribution discussion is really important for us, because we want to make sure that everybody who engage their free time in FabDAO to get not only get paid or get recognized their credit by the fraction of the HyperCert, the one feature of HyperCert. And I think that's a great part of the ERC 1155. And while we're discussing how to distribute, we're also knowing each other contribution specifically, because in the digital or even in DAO, not everyone know what everyone was doing. Especially we have different working groups. We have different people participate in different way. They might only read the Discord message, or they might actively participate in every online session. So how do we use another top-down way, or from a bottom-up, everyone can show their contribution in a more objectively way? I think HyperCert, or maybe there's some other Web3 tool, can facilitate. I think this is the need for DAO when we try to decentralize in a good way, in not a centralized governance way.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's like so cool, and I think potentially this is like one of the hardest parts of like how do you actually do the contribution accounting and in general, and then how do you use hypercerts for this, and we will return to that when we talk about like the challenges about hypercerts when we actually implement them. But how do you guys at Gainforest think about hypercerts and integrating hypercerts, or like why is this like something that fits to what you do at Gainforest?
So I think the most important thing why we use hypercerts is we need to be able to measure the environmentally positive actions that people are doing on the ground, and these are very different kinds of actions. So, you know, it could be planting a tree, or it could be tree restoration, or forest protection, as I was mentioning. And so we need to find some way to, I guess Gainforest's biggest mission is how do we allocate the right kind of funding to the right kind of projects. So if a project, so instead of somebody cutting down a rainforest and maybe using this to create a farm, how do we actually give people the financial tools and also reward them for these actions? So accounting for these actions are very important, because once you have these transparent measures of work at a specific amount of time, you can really, you know, fund, you can see that this community or this project is doing a lot of good work, so let's fund them because they're doing something that's actually measurable. So I think that's, yeah.
So probably like not like news for like anyone like in the audience here, but like there might be also people who are not as familiar with Web3 technology. Like what would you actually say, like why do you need like Web3 technology to do that? Couldn't you like create that transparency and that database basically without Web3 technology as well?
Actually, I think we can, and we don't really need to explain to the communities on the ground that they're using Web3 technology. I actually think that hypercerts is it's a concept that can be abstracted away. They can still be able to say, oh, you know, you've done this work. This is kind of, you know, your certificate for your work that you've done, and maybe they can, you know, we can reward them in the form of, you know, a sticker or like a small, like physical certificate. And if they're not as Web3 literate, they don't necessarily need to know that it's a hypercert. But if they are interested, and a lot of projects are actually interested in the Web3 aspect, so you know, some are a little bit more Web2 and some a little bit more Web3. So for the people who are interested, we can actually give them these hypercerts, you know, in their wallets. Or you can even, for example, create some form of like shadow profiles based on, you know, their phone number or some form of identity, and then when they ask for it, we could always give it to them. But the important part is the accounting and the database part. You know, you need to be able to reward people for the work that they've done, and give people credit where credit's due.
Yeah, fully agree. And then I think the interesting thing is also if we want to combine that, for example, with additional evaluators, with additional funding platforms, when we want to expand this from like Gainforest to other things, then we also create kind of a data standard that it's easier to plug in, and we have like a decentralized database where it is not like governed just like by one organization, because ultimately we don't want to have just like one Amazon of hypercerts, for example, one Amazon for impact, but we actually want to have that multiple platforms can be engaged with that as well. Cool. So we talked a little bit about like your projects and the role of hypercerts in your projects. What are the challenges that you face? And here I think it's really interesting because we, like, from what we heard, that is like you really work on the two different elements of hypercerts, like the contribution accounting side and then the evaluation side. So it's really interesting to have you both on here. So what are for you kind of the biggest challenges of like implementing this and using this? I don't know if you want to go first.
Okay, I can go first. I think the biggest challenge is also echoing the last questions, because like, why do we need to use a Web3 tool to achieve? Maybe you don't need Web3 HyperCert at all if you can use a Google spreadsheet or even a paper to record what your contribution. And this is the questions I face while we discuss a lot. And while after reading the white paper, we saw the whole structure or whole architecture or whole vision of HyperCert. I would say that it is a kind of like a universal format for contribution and for the evaluation and for the future ecosystem. And we try to build a ecosystem from the bottom layer. And the challenge part is, how do we explain this vision, or how do we truly let the one really understand the importance of interoperability or the upgradability of these Web3 tool and the transparency that Web3 have already as a great tool to manifest that. And the first thing is to, I would not say education, but I would like to say invite them to understand more about the underlying characteristic of what HyperCert really is about. And after knowing this, we can discuss a lot of how do we truly want to distribute. You can distribute equally, but is that a truly good way? Maybe we can try another. So this is the experiment part of contribution, because we can try to use different distribution methods. You can buy algorithm, you can buy people giving feedback from each other, or you can by ranking the importance of the priority things you have done. So I think this little experiment is a really great hook for, at least in FabDAO, to inviting people to use HyperCert, but it's also a challenge because not everyone wants to use, like, why should I experiment? I want something, it can be done to solve my questions, but HyperCert cannot one fit all questions at all. I think for me personally, I think HyperCert is a great tool to facilitate the discussion. What we didn't think about, it can be different. So this is also a challenge, but it is also a hook for me.
Yeah, no, I like that. Like also like the two things, like explaining why we should use Web3 technology for that, and it really is something where we need to lead kind of the vision of it, that how the vision really is like to create this interoperability between like different things. Because like if you would just do that in one case, you shouldn't just like build like the most complex like Web3 blockchain system for one use case. But if you really think about the system in itself, then the Web3 technology like really makes sense. And then the second part that you said about like, how do we actually do the contribution accounting? There I think HyperCert like brings kind of this really difficult discussion and conversation to the front so that we can have that discussion, but it's a really difficult one to do so. What are the challenges for Gainforce and the evaluation side?
Yeah, I think maybe just to add a little bit to that, one of the great things about HyperCert, why we should use it, is that once you have the centralized database, you can actually start having, for example, an evaluation marketplace. So as Hoke was mentioning in his talk earlier, you can really have different evaluators say, oh, is this project real? And you have all of the data, you have all of the work, and they can make their own conclusions as to whether, so it's a standard, whether something has actually delivered impact or not. And also, it also gives way to different funding mechanisms. There's a lot, quadratic funding, quadratic funding in the Web3 space, or retroactive funding. These are all like different funding mechanisms that can be plugged into different impact evaluators and HyperCerts. As far as the challenges, I think that HyperCerts work really well with digital public funding, public goods funding, just because all of the data is already online. So for example, with open source software, you can check, for example, what are the dependencies? Do people actually use this project? But in Gainforest, because a lot of the work is done kind of offline in places where there are not there's not a lot of internet. It just requires the little bit more extra thought of, recording and making sure that the data that's being recorded, that people are doing the work, is clean.
Yeah, nice. I'm failing on one task here. I don't actually know how much time we have left. We can? Okay, Noah also doesn't know. Okay, cool. Cool. We have talked about kind of the challenges that we have, and I think the challenges with the advantage of having multiple evaluators, but then also the challenges with bringing better data, like real world data online to have actually the impact measurement. This is also something where I'm most excited about, because this is what will change in the near future, that we have so much more things also for real world assets on chain, so that we can actually make those measurements and then add to some extent kind of this subjective discussion on what do we actually value, because I think that's something that I want to highlight, that the measurements are one aspect of this, but we need to have this discussion about what do we value together. So there's always a subjective aspect to this as well, and we need to have tools to combine those two. So I think this is something that I want to highlight as well. So maybe to close this with is there something else that you want to point out? And then the question, what are you really the most excited about that's coming up, either for your projects or that you see in the sector as a whole?
Okay, I'm really excited about what Hoka's previous talk about the 2024s in HyperCert. I think the use case has become much more, and the user experience while minting HyperCert had improved. And I think this is a great step to start. And for me, I think I would like to invite people to join FabDAO, to use HyperCert, because for us, this is still a great starting point to formulate your organization or your new group to discuss how to measure contribution more equally or more actively. And I think that's the really good process to recognize your own contribution and recognize others' contribution. And I think that's the great first step to build trust. Because HyperCert might not really solve the trust problem, and it is not the way it was meant to be. But it can be a great tool to facilitate the trust building process. And after the trust building, I think the coordination will become much smoother, and the future discussion about how to distribution will hence become much smoother too. So invite everyone who is willing to experiment with us and with Hoka and with Shafi.
I'm excited about the possibilities that HyperCerts can do with mass coordination, and also just incentivizing people to just do more good in the world. Things that may not be financially rewarded, but right now, and to be able to fund these mechanisms, and to also just encourage more people to do work towards climate. I think I see a lot of people who see that we are currently in this climate crisis and feel like, they're a little bit disempowered. How do I actually do something good? But little actions can amount to something big. And I think HyperCerts is a tool that allows people to do these maybe little actions, whether it's an hour of their time if they have, or a week of their time. And on the grand scale, you can visualize this and you can really see okay, this looks like a very big problem, but a lot of people, and you can see it in maybe whatever the HyperCerts marketplace or in the hyperboards, these are all the people that are working towards this. I can also do that. So that's what I'm most excited about.
Nice, wonderful. And I'm excited about everybody who will check out Gainforce and FabDAO, joins them or supports them, and also about everybody who comes up and wants to talk with any of us afterwards. Excited to continue the conversation afterwards. Thank you both for joining this panel. And then I have no idea if we are on time or not, but also excited about the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoka. I really enjoy Hoka that every time he's on stage, he's basically helping me moderating and asking questions and everything. So thank you for the co-moderation. It was, I think it was a really, really interesting panel, learning about HyperSearch application in FabDAO and GameForest, both really fascinating. Next, I would like to introduce also someone from FabDAO and DAO0. He has so many identities, like engaging in so many different communities. Here's Yanling Huang, Meshbean. Let's give Meshbean a round of applause.
嗨，哎，有声音。好，大家好，我是黄豆泥，然后我今天是以一个独立研究员的身份上来跟大家分享一些东西哦。对，好，所以我是黄豆泥。那因为我来自台湾的一些组织，这些组织包含 DAO， 包含读书会，也包含政府government。不过今天是以个人身份来跟大家分享我自己在这2-3年的时间看到的一些事。那题目看起来很复杂哦，但是等一下的分享会更加的复杂。对，那在这个复杂的讨论之前呢，先跟大家分享一下这几个组织最近做的一些事情哦，等一下都不会讲案例，只会进入一个相对 high level 的讨论。但是在 high level 之前，还是想要让来自国外的朋友大概知道一下台湾有关 public goods 的这个 ecosystem 做了哪些事。第一个是今天其实也有 G0V， 就是 Gov0 的 hackathon。那 DAO0 的团队其实在那边现在在做 retroactive public goods funding 的实验哦，其实效果蛮好的。这第一个，第二个是 FabDAO， 这另外一个 Formosa Artbank DAO， 就是我戴的这个帽子。我们最近也用了 GrandStack，Gitcoin GrandStack 做了一个第一个台湾的纯链上的平方募资 quadratic funding 的实验也成功了哦。那等一下居民可能会跟我们分享更多，今天也不会讲这个细节。那第三个很棒的东西是有一个 study group 叫做 Web3 for All， 那个主理人丽颖在这边。我们在8月的时候讨论了 Twitter Community Note， 然后也跟X， 现在是 X 的嘛，跟 X 的 Jay Baxter 跟 Vitalik 讨论Community Note 在台湾能够有什么样的影响。结果最棒的事情是2天前 Twitter 的 Community Note 正式开放台湾人使用哦，相信 Web3 for All 扮演了一定的角色这样子，所以恭喜 Web3 for All。OK， 谢谢大家。所以我想要分享的是，这么多团体在台湾做了这样子的事情，当然也包含了很多像 Volunteer 啊、数位艺术的团体等等的。那这件事情究竟是怎么发生的哦？台湾为什么可以孕育出这样子的生态系？我想这是我今天想要跟大家分享的。那以下今天的讨论不代表任何的组织哦，就是我自己个人的观点。好，那我先介绍一下我自己哦。第一个，我想用2句话来介绍自己。第一个是在最中心的地方做去中心的事情，原因是因为数位部在去年成立，有一个数位部下面的部门叫做 Section of Plurality， 叫做多元宇宙科，就是在处理去中心的事。所以我现在是一个 Web3 的 Public Servant， 这个听起来很矛盾哦。但是第二件事情，我觉得是我们所有人都一样在历经矛盾的事情，就是我们其实在帝国的边缘研究自保的记忆。帝国是什么呢？帝国其实是监控的帝国，不管是企业的监控，还是集权政府的监控哦。台湾不在这2个这个帝国的中心，其实在边缘。那这个边缘刚好让我们有机会去接触到 decentralized 去中心的一些科技，去保持自己的一些自由跟隐私。所以这2件事情让台湾的一些活动开始慢慢的发生哦。这是我今天想要分享的事。那直接跳到最后一页哦，最后一页 Take Home Message， 这是我自己个人的观点。为什么台湾现在要做 Public Goods？ 这个 Public Goods 具有哪些核心的要素哦？这个要素叫做无论是谁引清兵入关，清兵皆空手而归。我有翻译成英文，大家可以自己看英文哦。意思是什么呢？ 意思是，好，假设今天这个我们葛立伟刚刚的讲者哦，引清兵入关了，这是假设题哦。其实进来了，说不管是哪一个这个帝国进来了，都没有办法把这里的人，不管是个人资料还是个人的自由给剥夺。那这样子的技术有没有可能发生呢？已经发生了，这样的技术发生在 Web3 的世界，像是这个 Zero Knowledge Proof 或者是 Decentralized Identity 这样的技术。这种技术并不是哪一个意识形态或是哪一个政府会特别偏好的，它其实是一个中性的工具。那这样的工具适不适合现在台湾，其实是很重要的。那我们就来讨论它要怎么去达成哦。首先，在讨论技术之前，其实我们应该要先讨论制度。那E.O. Wilson 是一个研究蚂蚁的植物学家，这个的动植物学家，他讲过一句话，我非常非常喜欢，叫做“人类啊，有旧石器时代的情绪、中世纪的制度跟神一般的科技。我们的科技已经非常发达了，可是我们在碰到人跟人之间的关系的时候，其实往往还是这个住在地洞里面的人的这个大脑啊，还有我们的制度其实是非常非常的缓慢的。这样的制度其实有很多 bug， 这样的 bug 如何让科技在进来的过程中仍然维持一个好事哦，其实是非常非常困难的。所以这样的社会，其实跟过去在采集的社会、农业的社会、工业的社会并没有太多的不同。所以我们在讨论数位的世界的时候，不妨回去看看过去历史上发生的故事，是不是有一种自保的历史，在边缘的世界的历史，而不是一个欧洲中心论的这种历史哦。其实现在越来越多人在讨论这件事情。好，这页非常困难，所以我就快速带过哦。在这边我想要提2个概念，这2个概念其实是从一本在讲资安的书哦，译者今天在现场，叫做那个奇幻熊在网络钓鱼。他讲了2个核心概念，第一个叫做 physicality， 第二个叫做 duality principle。物理性的意思是，不管你在数位的世界做什么事情，终究是会回归肉身的。这个肉身包含人的大脑，包含现实世界的限制，包含物理的算力，就是这个电脑的算力等等的。第二个二项性原则就是，你在今天我们在演讲的时候，其实在讲的是一个资讯嘛 ，information。但是大家自己在听这个 info 的过程，它有可能变成指令，也有可能变成一种自我启发的想法。这种想法会让你行动，就像是我们今天在那个看 code 一样哦，很多资安的这种武器其实是不小心把 info 变成了指令，让那个这个电脑被中毒啦，或者中蛊了，被执行去来做一些事情。那由上而下的指令就是很明确的，我们命令下面的人做事，下面的人就做事嘛。但是颠倒过来呢，有没有由下而上的指令？当我们在讲这个演讲的时候，听到的话如何使人行动，我相信这是一个非常重要的事情。因此，在数位的世界哦，我们在现实生活的时候，我们很注重的是人与人之间的分际，也很重视的是人类社会的规范。但是在数位的世界有没有呢？其实也有。那这样子的概念其实就是所谓的加密与信任的关系。所以 Web3 的世界其实并不是一个纯然 trustless 哦去信任的世界，而是还是充满了就是距离跟这个 access 跟 control 的世界。好，所以这时候就要回过头来哦，前阵子这个 Twitter 的世界有2派在论战哦，因为 OpenAI 的关系。那这2派分别叫做有效加速主义 EACC 跟有效利他主义 EA。今天早上的讲者，其实很多人提到 WorldCoin 跟 OpenAI 还有 UBI 全民基本收入之间的概念哦，它其实就是在加速主义跟利他主义中间摇摆。比如说，今天这个假设今天一个某个 AI 公司获得了巨大的成功，我们的资源、我们的费用都集中在了这个公司身上。今天这个公司可以选择把这个资源去做更有效的加速，去投入更新的工具，或者是它可以把这个资源拿去帮助更多的大众哦。前者叫做 EACC， 后者叫做 EA。上一个因为 EA 挂掉了，叫做 SBF 这样子。好，那在这个论战里面，我觉得其实并不是什么新鲜事哦，这已经发生过好几次了。但是我喜欢一个新的名词，是 Vitalik Buterin 提到的，叫做 DACC。 我擅自把它扩充叫做气加速主义 ，the accelerationisms。这个意思就是说，我们并不是气加速主义，并不是要反对加速，而是在加速的过程中，确定我们的方向是可以自主选择的，而不是被某些人给宰制哦。我想这个对目前的台湾状况而言是刚好切合的，所以我等一下会解释为什么台湾是一个适合讨论 DACC 的东西哦。原因是因为台湾随时都要防止单点故障的可能，这个单点故障可以是资讯系统的单点故障，比如说户役证资料的外泄，也有可能是选举制度或者是人类社会制度的单点故障。那单点故障的颠倒就叫做冗余哦。冗余听起来很没有效率，但它有可能是一种自保的记忆。好，那下一个DACC 具体而言可以是什么呢？它可以是比如说 region， 就是 refine 嘛 ，regenerative， 像 Green Pill Network 做的事情，或者是像是 Audrey Tang 跟 Glenn Well 最近在做的这个 plurality， 也有可能是更过去的这个 SSE 哦 ，Social Solidarity Economy， 或者是所谓的下放式创新 ，empowering innovation， 甚至是数位韧性，这些都是非常多元。从过去到现在的许多案例，今天不会特别展开，但是我们以 DACC 作为一个范畴来讨论它哦。好，那所以下一个这边我想要引用的这个书叫做《权力与进步》哦，叫做Power and Progress， 是 S. Muglu 写的书哦。其实我们可以在这个分类，我做了一张图表，横轴是资源的集中度。纵轴是科技的创新程度，我们很明确可以知道说，不管是 EACC 还是 EA， 都是资源先集中完以后再分配给大家，不管它的科技创新程度是怎么样。但是跟这两个不太一样的就叫做 DACC， 它讨论的其实是我们如何让资源分散到不同的人身上，让这些人可以自己去决定资源如何使用。这大概就是digital resilience 或是 DACC 一个很重要的概念哦。好，那大家有没有就是刚刚看这个图表哦？它其实跟 Web3 的进程有点像。Web1 可能是一个分散式的世界，到了 Web2 以后，这个 platform economy 或者是很多大型的跨境平台出现，让资料相对的中心化。单点故障的可能也出现了，但是在 Web3 的世界，我们又重新回来讨论个人身份自主权、个人的这种sovereignty 如何的出现。所以这张图片跟上一张其实是很接近的 ，DACC 大概也就是 Web3 的精神哦。所以这边的小节我想要讲的是，不管 DACC、Web3 还是去中心、还或是所谓的自保的边缘、边陲的这些技术哦，其实都是叫做自我主权与自我赋能的世界。原因是因为我们今天不管在政府里面做事，在非盈利的社会中做事，还是在商业组织做事，每个人他基本上会变成原子，这个原子到最后放弃思考了，他就不是一个具有自我主权或赋能的人哦。但是如果你今天知道自己在做什么，你想要去做什么了，所谓的己愿他利吧，大家一起确定这件事情要怎么做了以后，它是有可能从下而上的去产生一些新的步骤跟一些新的结果。这样的结果刚刚其实都提到了，不管是那个 FAB、DAO Zero 还是 Web3 for All， 都有一些不错的那个概念。那在这个时候呢，我们就可以讨论出所谓的自我赋能在什么样的状况下比较容易诞生。此时可以用 Lauren Lassig 的 Pathetic Dot Theory 来讨论它哦。他说，一个人在这个社会上其实被4个东西给影响，分别是法律、规范、市场跟技术架构。技术架构在数位的世界可以称之为 software 或者是 code。那什么样子是适合自我赋能的社会呢？它其实可能是一个相对宽松的规范吗？还是相对奖励创新的法律？或是让市场可以更有效运作的公共财市场？或者是在智能合约或者是 code 的框架下，让人很容易的就 fork 出来做自己的事情？其实我们可以从这4个维度去讨论哦。那这也有点难，但所以就不会细讲。我想要说的是， 在座今天在听演讲的人，其实都已经是某种程度上的精英哦。这个精英其实离大众非常的遥远，大家一不小心就会去宰制其他人，因为你手上掌握了全新的 power。这样的 power 呢，今天如果大众是所谓的被动参与哦，你就是一个被治理的人，你可能会被抽样，或是你可能会被邀请上来当座上宾来被审议哦，提供一些意见。但是这其实还是一种统御哦。那如果在另外一边呢，就是相对主动的参与，一个普通的社区或社群，可以是产生一个新的主张。这个主张进而变成一个激烈的变革，这个变革会让你再次的成为精英，让资源再次的被新的精英给掌握。那在这样的世界上，大家可以发现这种统御的技术其实是反复在发生的哦，历史也是。为什么呢？因为 EACC 或是 EA 所谓的 effective。就是会需要一个单点的人去创造有效的链接，这其实是非常危险的一件事情哦。所以我们有没有可能创造出一个非常冗余的社会？它可能乍看之下是无效的，可是清兵在入关的时候，并没有办法带走太多的东西。那其实是有可能的哦，也就是所谓的社区或是社群彼此之间自己团结，自己去做自己想要发展的东西。没有人知道自己要发展的东西能不能成功，但是这个成功的定义可以重新被社群内部被讨论，也就跟今天早上这个维人在讲的 Ostrom IAD 的原则其实是一模一样的事情哦。好，那我们再继续往下。可能越讲越凶，所以他让我没有办法换下一页。好，所以呢，回过头来讲，今天为什么刚刚的讨论会发生在台湾哦？是因为台湾是一个非常特别的状态。这个状态是它在一个数位极权主义的帝国的边缘。这个边缘呢，产生了一些很必要的，不管是制度、规范、法律还是市场哦，它有可能会是一个重视个人身份自主权的地方，它有可能是一个需要很努力才可以获得国家主权的地方，它也有可能是需要很努力才会产生去中心或分散式治理的地方。这三个东西有没有可能出现一个交集呢？有，这个交集就是所谓的 Web3 的 Digital Public Goods 数位的公共财。这个公共财会顺的把这个制度跟跟技术架构创造出一个 default 的情形哦，这个 default 让人能够保护自己，能够有效的互相协作。我想，这种适合自我赋能的规范、法治、市场或技术架构，大概就是台湾现在需要去努力的地方，也是 DAO Zero、FabDAO 说也不好了，或者是其他组织正在努力的方向。好，那我们再下一页。来试试看下一页。哦，好，这来就是今天的最后一页哦。最后一页其实想要跟大家讲的是，我们其实都像是蜜蜂啊。那大家在讨论复杂系统哦，这种 complex system 的时候，蜜蜂或蚂蚁大概是一个最常被这个形容的动物。但人其实也是这种复杂系统的一部分哦。但是在这种复杂系统的过程中，当量体或是指令巨大到某种程度的时候，是有可能涌现出新东西的。这种新东西有可能是适合单点或是中心化的一种创新，它当然也有可能是一种分散式的创新。那我们自己在研究整个创新的过程中，这也是我跟维人讨论出来的哦。我们的结论很简单。所有的创新都是来自于边陲哦，原因是因为帝国并不需要太多的创新，它只需要宰制的艺术哦。这种宰制的艺术，大家可以去看这个 David Graeber 的规则的乌托邦，大概可以看到为何有原本利益良善的创新，到最后都会变成更复杂的规则。那不是奖励规则的创新来自于哪里呢？很有可能来自于边陲。但是为什么边陲会成立？就是因为帝国有中心， 那这个中心呢，让边陲存在哦。那什么样的边陲会长出新的东西？绝对不是一个没有余裕的边陲，不是一个大家想象不到自己原来也可以做事的边陲。这个边陲，其实创新呢，就是视边陲的丰饶程度而定。对，那台湾作为一个边陲，目前看起来是一个适合去发展、保护自己、彼此协作的地方。这刚好跟 Web3 或者是 Decentralized Technology 的社群是一致的。所以呢，如果大家有兴趣的话，欢迎大家持续在台湾这样子的公共财生态系，大家一起来发展。我今天的演讲到这边，谢谢大家。
谢谢豆泥 Thank you, Mashbin. It was incredible. I mean, I always learn a lot when Mashbin has been talking. It's very interesting that Mashbin mentioned complex system, which is something in our community we talk a lot about. And our next speaker, Sean Conway, he was also going to mention something about complex system, and I think it would be a great connection. So let's give a round of applause to Sean Conway.
Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I have been leading an initiative to build an internet of impacts over the last decade. And today I want to talk about, if you can get that slide playing, that would be great. I want to talk about digital twins and how we can use digital twin systems in the commons. We're going to talk about how do we change the state of the commons and use digital twins that have cognition. This then plays out in the platforms that we make available for people to interact with these systems. And through this, we build local economies. So lots to talk about in a few minutes. The theory of change here is a causality change that starts with contextual data, creates digital twins, enables outcome-based financing that produces digital assets, and that these assets build local economies. So I'm going to walk through the different aspects of this. So I don't need to remind us all about the tragedy of the commons and specifically the challenges that we have around coordinating local actions as well as measuring and reporting on the changes that are happening. And the failure to use verified data in order to know whether we're achieving local impacts and then to finance the scaling of these solutions. So what I want to emphasize here is local, that all of this really needs to happen at a local level. So how do we make that a reality? So it starts with some core protocols. So this is what we've been working on since around 2014, 2015, is a protocol for identifying the entities that are involved in impact-producing systems, and then creating verifiable impact claims that are evaluated and verified using verification mechanisms that produce verification proofs, and then bringing these verification proofs into credentials that represent certified outcomes that are then tokenized into credits. So I'll show you what this can do in practice, but really this is all-encompassing across any impact sector or any outcome that can be achieved, whether it's relating to climate, carbon credits, or education, health, all the way through all of the sustainable development goals. And we have examples of projects across a number of these. So let's go back to, Web3 and blockchain. So we know that blockchain gives us social consensus around state. I like to use the analogy of a forest of trees. In this case, it's been chopped down. So these are fossilized trees. And each one of those trees in the forest has a similar record of what happened at a point in time. So there'll be fat rings in the wet years. There may be evidence of forest fires, droughts, and so on. And so there's consensus that exists within the system. But only having consensus in terms of the observations of what has happened is not really enough. We also need to know what will happen when we act on the system and want to bring about changes in the system. So by analogy, if we're managing a forest and we want to clear the beetle-infested trees, we need to know which trees to clear in order to achieve the outcomes that we're aiming towards, which is to have a healthy forest, which is reducing or capturing carbon and reducing the carbon balance. And I'm going to argue for the point that, and I think we're all here for this purpose anyway, that digital systems are really the future of the commons. And within digital systems, digital twins have a fundamentally important role to play. So here's an example of a digital twin system. So we're talking about digital twins now of entire systems, not a digital twin of an aircraft engine, for instance, which is, I guess, what most people are familiar with. So this model comes from the food twin. It's not something we've produced. And it provides a great observation of a system. In this case, it's the transportation of food from one city in the US to all of the distribution points where that goes to. Now, this can give us great insights in terms of observation and also doing scenario modeling and so on. So that's great. Digital twins like this are really, really useful in terms of the informational value. But if we want to get into true operating systems for the commons, we need to be able to bring the digital twin or the data about what's happening in the real world into the state space of Web3, of the blockchain and Web3 world. And why do we want to do that? So on the one side, we've got ground truth. We monitor the ground truth. We report it. We verify it. This is MRV. And when we do it with digital means, we have DMRV, digital MRV. But when we bring this into digital twin systems, we're then able to do proper monitoring, automation of what happens in these systems, particularly around the decisioning, and bring cognitive capabilities into the system. So, I'm going to, not able to go forward here. There we go. So I'm not going to go into this model in too much detail because there's a lot here, but I would invite anybody who's interested to go deeper to come and speak to me afterwards. And essentially, what this model explains is that we have humans in the loop on the one side making decisions based on their view or our view of what's happening in the system, where we've got a physical system that's represented in digital and a digital means. We're able to have our theories of causation, what's actually going on in these systems, and then translate that into decision options, and then make the decisions towards the goals and objectives that we have, and with the authority that we have in order to make those decisions happen. So this is kind of what happens already to some extent in the traditional world. But with digital twin systems, we're able to fuse in the data from the observations that are happening in the physical world and bring them into the state space of the blockchain, which means that we now have a representation that changes over time of what's happening in the physical world. And we can use that to then program changes, state changes, such as payments, for instance, incentives that get people to do things in the real world. So changes in the chain state get people in the real world to change states of the real world. And when we monitor how that is having an impact on the real world and bring that back in, we start to create a feedback loop between the physical world and the digital world. And this is a very powerful paradigm if we can get it right. Getting it right means more than just having transactional mechanisms and escrows and things like that, or payment mechanisms for impact certificates. It actually requires us to have cognition on top of this. So let's talk a bit about this cognition. So when we bring a cognitive aspect into the state changes that are happening, we're able to start steering digital systems in a way that influences the physical system. So we can actually start steering the commons. And I'm going to give examples of this in a minute. So in the IXO implementation, we create non-fungible digital entities using NFTs. And these have digital identifiers, DIDs. of the entities, and these entities exist within a graph. And so it's not just one entity, but it's entities connected to each other. So now we have a system of entities, and these systems represent the impact-producing systems that are producing the state changes. And within these entities, embedded into the NFTs, we've got governance mechanisms, we have services, linked resources, linked claims, programmable rights, accounts, and other linked entities. This starts to provide us with powerful capabilities to take action on the system using these services, executing the rights that are embedded, such as the right, for instance, to claim or to create carbon credits, and then to have a balance of the carbon credits relating to the entity. Talking about cognition, cognition enables us to decide the future of the commons. And so once we've got this digital infrastructure, we've got great data, we've got a representation of state, we've got verification of that state. Now we want to make decisions. So how do we do that? Well, we can use AI. And so in one mode, we can use powerful deep learning models to make observations about the system, which is correlations. So for instance, satellite image of a forest. Does the forest have, how much biomass does the forest have? And over time, has that biomass increased? And that's really powerful. And most of the DMRV systems that are implemented now use this kind of AI, where we make observations and we observe what's happening over time. But this doesn't allow us really to make decisions in terms of causality and predicting which of our decisions are going to lead to the best outcomes. So the second AI modality or category that we have is generative AI. So generative AI is really good, as we all know, at giving us possibilities. And so we can ask the AI model to give us some scenarios, or we can write a blog post about it. I think that these models are going to become increasingly specialized for impact, to the point that we have large impact models. So we heard a talk earlier about evaluating claims which are very qualitative. I think this is going to become increasingly AI-driven, where we can put any modality, it can be a video, for instance, or an interview with someone. We put this into the model, and we ask the model to go through logical reasoning and come out with some interpretation of whether that conversation or that video represents an outcome that we were expecting to achieve. And I think this is going to become very powerful. But again, this doesn't give us a way of making decisions. This gives us a way of considering possibilities, of exploring cognitive spaces and so on. And so the third category of AI, which is something we've focused a lot on, is causal AI models. So this enables us to not only predict Y given X, so for instance, predict whether the biomass has increased in a forest given the changing picture that we see with a satellite image. This allows us to put in a do function, the do operand, which says, what if we do this intervention? What is the probability that we'll achieve the outcome that we would desire? And so with this powerful capability, we're able to now start bringing in real cognitive processes that augment human decision-making processes towards achieving the outcomes that we want to see. And so I really think this is a game changer for how we bring about state changes in the commons. So all of this is kind of behind the scenes and makes things kind of happen from an infrastructure perspective. But we need to have human interfaces that enable us to operate with these systems. And so platforms are really important. Oh, sorry, this was supposed to be earlier. I'm going to skip that one. So here's an example that we are currently working on, a cognitive digital twin platform for improving soil health, increasing the soil carbon levels through regenerative farming. And so on the one side, we've got observational models, we've got that give us an estimation of the carbon within a soil system or within a plot. We've got plot models, and we can calculate based on predictions the baseline and the attainable levels. And then we've got sensors in the ground that are giving real-time data about the carbon levels, both inorganic and organic carbon, nitrates and water and so on. And that gets fused into the state space of the digital twin that we create of the plot and its related entities. And this enables us then to process claims through the system, and the claims are saying that the carbon is increasing or decreasing. Use cognitive AI in the process of evaluating the claims to predict whether what's being claimed is going to achieve the outcomes that we're expecting. And with those verified claims, then issue carbon credits, which enable financing. And so by representing these impact-producing systems using digital twins, we now have a way of financing the impact-producing system, whether that's a plot of land, or it's a clean cook stove, or it's a water pump that's solar-powered to irrigate farms. These are all the kinds of use cases that we're working on. And we now have a new way of financing and enabling the rights on portfolios of impact-producing assets. And this goes into the graph of data that backs up the credentials or the certificates that are issued as the underlying value that gets created by these digital twin systems, representing what's actually happening in the real world. And I'd be happy to give any of you a demo of the software and how it works. All right, so now that we have this flow of data coming through real time, through digital twin systems, it enables us to do much more real-time financing. And this creates a flywheel. So if you're able to generate capital coming from the impacts that are being produced in real time, because we have real-time claims coming through the system, this enables the capital to be deployed at much greater scale and much more, at much greater velocity into the investments that are needed in order to make the state changes happen. So for instance, for every clean cook stove that is tokenized as a digital twin and represents the rights to the future carbon production of that cook stove, that is pre-sold in a way that enables 2 more cook stoves to be deployed into households. And this has a doubling effect. And so we've estimated that in the first year there would be 4 doubling cycles just based on the logistics of getting the stoves out. So we're working with a large cook stove distributor in Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, and so on. And in the second year, we can probably get a quicker cycle, so 5 doubling cycles, and then 6 in the third year. And so from 1 cook stove being financed, if we have an efficient way of getting the financing in and deploying the cook stoves, in theory, we could get to 32,000 cook stoves or somewhere thereabouts based on the doubling. And this is the way we can really achieve the scale and speed of the changes that are needed. So it's really quite revolutionary in terms of the compounding impacts as well as the compounding economy that gets generated. And so what does this mean for local economies? Well, now that we have digital representations and digital rights and digital assets that are produced by these impact-producing real-world systems, we can now have much more innovative mechanisms to transfer those rights to the people who are involved in producing the impacts. And so in Zambia, we have families that actually have the digital twin of their cook stove, which gives them the rights to the carbon credits. They're receiving the carbon credits and then using the carbon credits to purchase the renewable biomass fuel. This is step 1. We will be building an ecosystem around this where you can swap your credits for stable currency, and you can swap your stable currency for parametric insurance or take out microfinance loans and so on. And so this is really liberating for families that don't have an on-ramp into Web3 or into crypto. They literally just need to get a cook stove into their home and sign up with their mobile, their Opera mobile browser, sign up on the browser. We have a wallet already implemented in the Opera mobile browser. So you have your decentralized identifiers, your keys, and you immediately onboard and start generating the benefits. And so these incentives come back to the producers of the impacts, and the distribution of economic value comes back to the producers of the impacts. And this is fundamentally changing the game in terms of how we include people in the economy that is generated. And so enabling people to have democratic participation in the commons, in impact investing, in climate finance, in the climate economy, is really all about people's money. And there was this report issued by the UN Task Force on the Digitalization of Finance for the SDGs back in 2020. I haven't really seen that much in implementation. There were some great calls to action around how digitalization could enable people's money to really change the game for sustainable development and climate. But we haven't really seen a lot of action on this. I believe that through these systems that we are creating, that are focused on bringing digitalization and data, using digital twins, we're able to build this new economy and bring people along and enable people to scale their impacts on climate and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Thank you so much. The next one is our last panel of the day, which means that we're actually closing the day. You can see that it's getting a little dark out there, and it's pretty much a really good weather today. So I hope tomorrow we can still come back with this like amazing weather. The next panel, we have 4 people talking about the tools for public good ecosystem building. And first, I would like to welcome the moderator, Noah. I don't need to introduce Noah anymore. Like a round of applause for Noah. And then we have Sejal. I think Sejal is here. But also we have Jimmy from FabDAO, Sejal from Gitcoin and Greenpill Network, and also Abby from Zarian. Another round of applause to all of our panelists and our moderator. And Noah, please take it away.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I have to say that Sejal is a very hard worker. She just run here from Hsinchu, from participating in GovZero hackathon. How was it?
I didn't know it was 1 hour away. I took a cab without knowing where I was going, and it actually took me 2 hours. So finally I made it. It was great. It was great, amazing people, and probably a lot of them are gonna come tomorrow here.
Yeah, glad to have you here. I would start from maybe everybody can introduce yourself a little bit, talking about why you're here, talking about public goods, ecosystems and stuff, your experience. Why don't we start from maybe Sejal as well?
Yes. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. I am Sejal, and I started my journey in public goods space through Greenpill Network. Greenpill Network is a community built around the Greenpill podcast, which was started by Kevin Owocki. And through that, I then recently joined Gitcoin, because a lot of work that we were doing at Greenpill Network sort of aligns with Gitcoin, and we think ourselves as the local arm of Gitcoin, where we want to translate and everything that Gitcoin is doing, how is that, how that can actually be useful to local people. So yeah, that's pretty much my introduction in the space, and that's what I do. Yeah.
Awesome. Jimmy?
Okay. Hi everyone, Jimmy from FabDAO. I'm the contributor layer. And what FabDAO do, like I think like Frank already described. And since the suggest here, I think the FabDAO community is the one which like embed the layer like green pill like idea here in Taiwan. Yes, that's it.
I love FabDAO.
Awesome.
Yeah, hey folks, Abby here. So I have a long, I guess, story into how I got into this. I'll just be as concise as possible. I think ETH Denver, 2019, I grabbed 7-Eleven pizzas with Kevin Owalki, and he just got me really excited about this space, and that was pre-Zerion. Then, long story short, I'm the product lead as my day job at Zerion. We're building, a Web3 wallet, but we're also building out APIs for other companies like Uniswap. Gitcoin Passport as well has been like a big, I guess, partner of ours in like, helping both amplify the product as well as the APIs. So like if you use Uniswap or Rainbow Wallet, a lot of their transactions, portfolio history, all of that is also built on Zerion's infrastructure. So I do that as my day job, but then we also incubated Hydra Ventures and Social Graph Ventures. So Hydra Ventures is how I'm most closely affiliated with the whole, I'd say like public goods space. Because we incubated investment DAOs like Beaker DAO that invest into other DeSci DAOs like Vita DAO, Molecule and whatnot. So like for us, our focus has been, let's grow the GDP of both open source as well as public goods projects, and let's almost like bring in LPs and other fund of funds that are interested in this space more from a value added perspective, and just make and incubate other DAOs. So that's been the latest, but also me, David, and a few others here. We were at Zuzalu recently, so that was the network state that happened in Turkey, and then before that in Montenegro. So that was awesome, just with Juan and Vitalik and everyone else kind of figuring out where this space goes next, especially in DeSci. So that was like the kind of latest involvement from my end.
That's amazing, because you're coming from the application angle and the venture angle into the public space system. Just one quick question just popped up. Where does the money come from for example, Social Graph Ventures? What are their intentions that are putting money into a public space ecosystem?
Great question. I mean, it's really just operators and like people who are involved like in this space. For example, for Hydra Ventures, the biggest LPs were this group of angels called Daedalus. Daedalus is like a very highly involved VC fund. We had 1KX. 1KX is one of the other funds. But then honestly, for funds like Social Graph, it was just Stani from Lens and Aave, or like the Forecaster ecosystem, or like CyberConnect ecosystem. A lot of the social graph companies that are building in this space, their founders and employees from their teams were the largest checks into the fund, because they also want to be involved in like the day-to-day operations. They want to bring in deals. And for Hydra Ventures, recently what we did is we did this request for DAOs. Essentially, we believe that if you have an idea for a DAO, an investment DAO that you want to create, say in account abstraction, or say in like climate finance, right? You should be able to spin that DAO up, and we help you with all the legal, with all the regulatory, whatever kind of bottlenecks you might get. So like a lot of the people that we've onboarded for investing are very much like lawyers, investors, founders in this space.
Yeah, people who really want to see changes in the space, I would say. Yeah. I understand that our session is mostly about tooling, but I want to start from a higher level thing. What do you guys think is a vibrant public space ecosystem, public goods ecosystem? And what do you guys, maybe you guys already have an example in mind, or which is your own ecosystem that may be so, and what are the necessary steps to build a vibrant public goods ecosystem, in your opinion? I will start from Sujal again.
Yes. I definitely think that first and foremost, the most important thing for any ecosystem is to define what public goods mean to them, or what are the public goods for that ecosystem. And then to make it vibrant, I think definitely community, right? A strong sense of community where people are supporting each other, and they sort of understand that what this means to them. yeah, I think even if like there are a few things that an ecosystem has that it can make a vibrant public goods ecosystem, and definitely I feel like there's a lot of work happening around impact measurement and defining the the projects, the impact they have. Yeah, some sort of accountability. I think these are very minimum things that are required for any ecosystem to make it vibrant without getting into a lot of complexity.
Yeah, that is very interesting. I'll follow up with one question first. Because you talked about community, you talked about a sense of either belonging or a sense of interest that's shared commonly. How do you, because for example, Gitcoin has a pretty loose boundary, I would say, because there are a lot of different projects within. How do you define the boundaries of such a community of such interest, or at what level, how loose or tight should we define the boundaries for the interest to be concrete and for the funding to come in, and for what would be your suggestion on that?
Great question. So Gitcoin has two parts to it. Like Kevin always says, there is one part which is credibly neutral, right? Which is Grand Stack, which is the Halo protocol. And there is other part which are different programs, right? So each program, for example, ETH infrastructure, open source community round, or Web3 community and education, there's climate round, there is Latin America round, right? So each program, it has its own community, right? So people, they have their, in each program, they are active and they sort of like support each other. So I think it kind of, they have their own values, right? So it's sort of self-defining, it becomes self-defining when people start identifying themselves with these projects or programs, right? So I think that is, does that answer your question?
That is actually very, very straightforward, because Gitcoin has become a platform for people to use. People bring their own communities and funding sources and all that, and use the tool as a platform for people to gather interest, basically.
Yes, exactly. That is why I think this is sort of narrative we are pushing, and we want people to sort of think about. Like it has two parts, right? So people sort of sometimes confuse this, but program, it has its values. It has a lot of humanness in it, whereas the protocol side of things is credibly neutral, right? Which doesn't really involve any sort of value. It's very inclusive and accessible. Anybody, irrespective of where they come from, what they do, anything, they can use it. Yeah.
Of course, makes total sense. How about you, GB? What do you think is a vibrant community? What's your experience with that?
Okay, so totally agree with like Sergio. Like for the ecosystem, it's all about people. It's all about like member, all about the community, and it's not really about like a donation value, like under certain like institution, like or mechanism. It's not really about that. It's about people, and to build the vibrant like ecosystem, we need the people who like really passionate, and like because like everyone need to have the sense of like honor and want to put their effort like into this community. And for example, like we can have the funding the company here in Taipei. Like it's a really good like indicator that we do have the good community here in Taipei.
What do you think is necessary for people to have interest or to build this community? What are necessary steps or necessary milestones that you have to build, especially for public goods space?
I think you should have the passion to like brainwash like someone.
Brainwash?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like a religion, here, like a non-profit, like stupid stuff. Like you need to like talking and provide some material, like reading, like to let everyone like understand like people are kind of associated like into this topic, and
Understood.
people will change like their like mindset.
Somehow still comes back to core mission, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Abby, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just follow up on some of the points. You asked for milestones, right? I feel like one interesting milestone usually is like, can this community be self-sustaining even beyond its initial founding or core organizations or members kind of, pushing it forward? And we saw this happen maybe last cycle with a lot of the refi space, right? Like with refi, you had a few players, KlimaDAO, Tucan, all these companies that came up, Gitcoin, and a lot of the other, I'd say like kernel and public goods network and a lot of the other precursors to what we have now. They really propped these networks up, and now we have a different landscape within the refi space. So I think that's one milestone. But coming back to what makes, I guess, public goods funding and companies and organizations really work, you can go into an example, say, within the longevity space, you have maybe Vita DAO and you have a lot of the other DAOs building in this space. They usually have almost cult-like members, right, who are like really passionate about what they're doing, kind of following up on your point. But they also have, on the other side, like, liquidity providers, whether it's with Gitcoin or it's, other investors, whether it's Brian Johnson, whoever it could be, right, really also passionate about bringing these networks of people to bring their ideas to fruition. And a lot of times now you're seeing, for example, with them, they're having this network state called Italia coming up in January and February, where they're hosting that in a city called Prospera in an island in Honduras. Like, they also have some sort of a event or some sort of like it could be an online community, an in-person event, but they usually have, that's I feel like the final milestone to say that, hey, like, we've gone from like a group of individuals in a Discord kind of discussing our idea and putting it up in a, Gitcoin grants program to like, hey, we now have like a whole ecosystem of outsiders also interested in this space. So they have now invited, Web3 people, AI people, other researchers to come and contribute, right? So I feel like those are all probably characteristics you'd expect at the later stage of, a well-established public goods network.
It's super interesting that because we're talking about tools, but here the most important pillar is still the people, is still the community, right? What are the biggest challenges? For example, let's say that the community all have a very strong core mission and a vision where they want to go, and people share very similar mindsets. Let's say we already have that. What are the biggest challenges to sustain such communities? Abby, do you want to start?
Sure. I mean, tooling is only as helpful as like the actual like governance, the actual values, the mission that you've kind of set up for your, DAO or organization, right? So I'd say like a lot of the tooling that exists, at least now, tries to solve for problems that don't exist yet, right? And when I say tooling, I really just mean like, hey, like we're some sort of like a coordination tool that's trying to make your job easier. I feel like a lot of this can just be done, as a sub-DAO or as, just a smaller group of people making decisions on behalf of like the rest of the organization, as long as they have a shared interest. So I'd say like the biggest tool that everyone really needs to use is more platforms like Gitcoin, and kind of like this frenzy, this positive kind of frenzy that you see with every Gitcoin grants round. I think that's really the biggest value add, like trying to see who are other people in your same space trying to build similar complementary solutions, forming, helpful communities and groups around you. A lot of the tooling that you need for that is just tooling that exists already, whether it's communication platforms or, whatnot. So I'd leave it to them to maybe answer more on like kind of what tooling they use on day-to-day basis.
Yeah, totally.
I'm confused. The question here is about the biggest challenge, or
the challenges you would face to sustain a community somehow.
The challenges come from the people, like the number number. Like when the community grow bigger, and people get like conflicts, like as always. And we can echo this to the previous talk by Meshbin. Like we have the godlike technology, but like the middle age mindset and emotion stuff.
What would be a very specific challenge that for FabDAO that happened in the past, and you basically, and how did you solve it? Sorry, I'm going off script.
No worry. Like everything is challenge. Like we solve it like in a very centralized way. Like we call it FabDAO is DAO, but we are not decentralized. We are not autonomous. We are not even an organization. Like we are like anti-DAO to be honest. So whenever there's like we're kind of like interest group, like to be honest.
Understood.
Yeah, I can talk about a recent experiment that we did at Greenpill Network, and then we realized what went wrong with that whole thing. So the experiment was essentially we forked the grand stack version and we integrated hypercerts in it. So, and we ran a grant round. So when you see an application or a grant, you will also see the hypercerts displayed of that grant, basically the chapter. Greenpill has different chapters: Greenpill India, Greenpill China, Greenpill, Spain, different chapters. So each of them had a grant and with the hypercerts. But when the round actually started, so our hypothesis was that people who will support these projects will look at the hypercerts, and depending on that, they will make the decision whether they want to support this or not, right? But when we actually saw the results, it went very different. So we realized like people did not really look at the hypercerts. They just went ahead and supported. Let's say I am from Greenpill Japan and I have asked my community to support me. They just supported me without really bothering about the hypercerts displayed there, right? And that is not because they don't care. That is also because maybe they don't really understand the importance of it. They don't really understand how to actually evaluate or see, right? So this is a challenge, right? Which means the whole thing is not very intuitive. It's not something that people easily understand. And we were actually discussing this in the community. One of the community members gave such a good solution, like a potential solution. So she suggested that when people look at the grants, how about the grant with the most hypercerts is dark green, right? The color changes with the number of hypercerts, right? Which sort of becomes a little easy for me or anybody as a donor or supporter who comes and who wants to see which project they want to support, and they just have to look at the color. And the color which is the darkest is the one has the highest number of hypercerts. It's just a little difference, and that just didn't click, right? So I believe that when we think about these tools, I am someone who works a lot with people who are local and not very technical, because I am not very technical. I feel like anything which is intuitive and it has to be intuitive. We can't really assume that people will understand this, right? So yeah, this has been my recent experience with something that did not work.
Totally. I think one thing you're talking about is also let the demand, also let the need to emerge from the community, and then apply something to that. And so my follow-up question to that will be, how do you observe such demand? How do you observe? How do you keep yourself on the pulse, on the tap of what the community needs? How do you observe that? Anyone can.
Sure, I can jump in. I mean, there's two perspectives here. From the product perspective, like this is more maybe with Zarion's community, right? Like we have ambassadors or we have people, kind of like what Sejal was saying, like there's a lot of different like alpha signals that you could create yourself. You could have the coolest dashboards, but oftentimes it's the qualitative data that's the hardest to actually like obtain. So this could be just like through community calls, whatever kind of metrics and events you'd want to have. But this is, I guess, on the product level, right? Like kind of how you want to obtain information on how people are using your product or interacting within your community. I think within the venture DAO side, what we've done is we just have options grants every month based on your contributions, right? So within Hydra Ventures, it's not just about bringing deals, but also like if you're a liaison with a certain DAO and you're helping that DAO, with introductions, with creating content, with whatever you want to do, we're able to see in a simple spreadsheet, here's everyone's contributions, and this is a DAO. This is really 300 people who have full-time jobs on other things they're working on, right? So their contributions will change month to month. A system like that was very hard for us to set up. Like we have a very complicated spreadsheet with like, how do you decide what's valuable and what's not, what's worth more shares and what's worth less? It was very contentious. We had a lot of weekly meetings where we'd, get together and fully scrap the idea and start from scratch. But now we've arrived at a decently kind of like a model that works. We ported that model over to Social Graph Ventures as well. And really the model incentivizes at the first 1 year of the fund's life cycle. Fund has a life cycle of 4 or 5 years. You really have a higher incentive to contribute because the amount of options you can get is also higher. Like we've kind of had to gamify this whole system, right? So I think the answer for that has just been make it easy to monitor in one place kind of what everyone's contributed. Don't delve too much into the details, just have a higher level picture. So depending on the kind of problem you're trying to solve, it could look like my first answer or it could look like the second solution.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting. That also encourage people to pay attention to the right places, right?
100%.
Instead of just closing the door, building your own thing. You know that.
Yeah, because you want to avoid any duplication of efforts in DAOs. You want to avoid, people just all doing the same thing and thinking they're providing value, but not really. So yeah, like you said, spot on. Just trying to make sure we're able to delegate, but not like, micromanage.
Yeah. Jimmy, do you have thoughts on this?
I'm totally agree with him. Like we are not like really use any like Web3 tools within the WebDAO. We take the idea from the DAO Zero, like or G0V, like whatever like want to put effort, and they do have the authority.
Understood. I do have a very specific question for Sijel, but I hope it's not too sensitive because I understand Gitcoin recently because they ran around with Shell, and there was a lot of controversies on that front. So there are a lot of like communities, discussions, controversies, and how does that, given that we're talking about the core of sustaining a DAO or public goods space is about the communities, how do you guys face such a challenge?
Thanks for asking that.
No problem.
Yeah, but definitely just also want to share that I've recently joined Gitcoin. So, a lot of things have happened when I was not there. But one of the things that I've been learning and knowing the way Gitcoin people are sort of, defining everything. Like I mentioned already, there are two parts to it. One is, a part which is credibly neutral, which is the platform, right, which is the protocol. So anybody can run the round irrespective of what it is, right? That is something that is not going to be defined by Gitcoin because it's a credibly neutral platform. Whereas the programs, it is, that's a separate part. That is where the whole, values and everything comes in. And there's one of the posts that I can, share later if everyone is interested, or they can see at the Gitcoin Gov forum, which Kevin has posted, where he talks about modularizing the program, which essentially means that they will be like independent programs, right? Because it's that particular community that can define their values and everything for that program, and Gitcoin is just the platform they will use, right? So it has to be the balance, but that is essentially how they probably are tackling, if I can say, or that's how probably we are moving, right? So it has to be different, right? So yeah, I don't know if that answers, but yeah.
That's a very good answer. Thank you so much. I think another question I do want to ask you guys, because we're still talking about toolings. What's the one tool that's the most important for you, for your public goods ecosystem that you can think of? If you have to pick one. And of course, why is that so important?
I can start like from a very high level. Like we have only three kinds of tools in the whole like public ecosystem. Like how to get the money, like capital, how to distribute it, and how to evaluate it. And like from my opinion, we do not have the good product like on the market yet. Like for both three track.
But that's the biggest demand, right?
Yeah.
But that's three different things that you were talking about. Where would you start, and how would you do
Get
that?
the money, yeah, of course. Like if we not have the capital in the first place, then like how did you do anything? Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, anything that Gitcoin makes. I'm just biased, but definitely, I think. GrandStack, I really like GrandStack because I feel like, the way it lets us experience the power of quadratic funding is incredible. And now going on, they're experimenting with a lot of other mechanisms as well. I think it's extremely important to have, have such tooling where people can run rounds and probably experience the power of it. And I'll just take this moment to also shill my workshop tomorrow. It's at 11 a.m. a.m. in the workshop room, and it is very special because this is a round we are running. So it's going to be a live round where people or contributors of GovZero, DAO0, and FabDAO are going to participate. We have a matching pool of $3,000, and we will spin up the round live, and people will apply. So please make sure that you attend the workshop at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely going to be very interesting. Abby, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, nothing new to add except for, yeah, communication tools, stuff that we use every day, like Telegram or Discord. But like, honestly, I think it's time for like a more Web3 native social tool to emerge. And I'm definitely like positive that that might come up in the next couple of years, especially with the kind of companies we've been evaluating at Social Graph Ventures, right? I think another tool, maybe a little bit more like tricky for a lot of people here, just like how do you keep track of governance, right? Like I want to be able to see Gitcoin's like forum. I want to be able to see someone's discourse platform. Like that's another, like I guess, problem to solve. I don't have a tool that's very like readily available yet. What I use, I'm personally biased, is actually Zerion. So for example, at Hydra, I have my Hydra tokens that represent my ownership in Hydra, right? And if you have a Zerion wallet, we have a section called perks. Within the perks section, if you have a governance proposal coming up for, say, Maker or for Hydra or any token that you hold, you just have all of that listed in your perks section, and you're very easily able to, you know, set a notification for a certain, you know, expiry date for that proposal. So you just make sure you just, you know, have the information in one place, especially if you're, I mean, everyone here is chronically online, pretty much involved in multiple projects. So like, just tools to simplify your life. So spreadsheets,
Keeping everyone on the
communication,
same
and that.
page.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's the only thing to add in addition to what you've already mentioned.
I'm also curious. So when you talk about Web3 based communication tools, what would you expect, or what would you think is important that the current communication tools doesn't really provide?
Yeah, good question. I mean, very simply, right? Like Forecaster has 25,000 members. Everyone, including like crypto founders, Vitalik, Juan, everyone's active on there. Compare that to Blue Sky, which maybe has 3 million members, Discord and Twitter, which has 100+ million members. I think the difference really is we can build from bottom up. Like for example, the tools that we're evaluating on top of Forecaster, clients that are being built on top of Forecaster, right? There's Reddit-like platforms, Discord-like platforms. There's a lot of tools where now you could actually own your own social graph. Maybe you can create the UX however you'd like, but still port over all your community members, your social graphs. So I'd say, and maybe involve Web3 native chat like XMTP. Like for me, it's more ideological than like, oh, the user experience is going to be a million times better. And the ideological reason is big enough. If you have the tech that supports it and you can scale, why not, right? There's going to be a lot of tools that come up where it starts from small growth hacks and conferences like this. If you were at ETHCC, you probably saw Coinbase Wallet with XMTP, right? They had a base cafe. You could actually buy coffee with your on-chain funds. Like, I think it starts off with gimmicks like that. So for me, I hate Discord. Like, I hate it, you know, with my soul. I use this app called text.com. So it's texts.com. So essentially, I can aggregate my Discord, Telegram, Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp, all of this in one feed. So I just wake up, I go to unread, I'll see all my unread messages across every tool. It's more of a framework for me to prioritize. So I think like this still isn't ideal. Like text.com is still a very Web 2 approach to solve this, right? So it's more ideological, like, hey, this exists. Everyone in the space loves a lot of gimmicks like this. So it's kind of a good match to solve for.
100%. I think we're almost on time. What do you guys have anything that you want to share that maybe I haven't asked, or maybe Sijia has another workshop somewhere? I'm kidding. But anything you guys would like to share?
I want to echo to like his previous statement, like to keep the tool as simple as possible, because FabDAO recently do the experiment about the Gitcoin stake, like from Gitcoin, and to be honest, it's super difficult to use and not like super natural. So in the end, we just do the original transaction and do the QV calculation ourselves. Yeah.
Awesome.
Right. I mean, I can just give a shout out here. I mean, knowing the kind of people here in the room, I'll say like another community really that I was very like glad to be a part of this year was Zuzaloo, the network state. I mean, and I bring this up because Gary Sheng, for example, from Gitcoin, he just left Gitcoin recently to like work on, bringing the next versions of Zuzaloo full time, collaborating with governments around the world. So whatever it is, if you're working in DeSci, longevity, AI, crypto, it's an interesting community. So I think a lot more network states are being built. There's this tool called Fora.co. They're going to be like a launch pad for many different network states. So like, I think that's probably the next evolution in a lot of ways of like what we see now in terms of like more public goods communities. A lot of these communities will evolve into like state network states or like having their own IRL presence, with summits and conferences or whatnot. So like, yeah, just encourage y'all, no matter what your interest, to like try to be part of one of these network states and just really, kind of experience what that's like. Because for me, I think that was one of my biggest value adds this year compared to any of the conferences or summits I've been to.
Amazing. Sajal?
Yeah, I think it's extremely important for us to talk to people who work a lot on ground, and I just want to give a shout out to my friend Carlos, who's sitting there. He's the founder of Web3 Beach, definitely one of the communities which I got inspired from, and I take a lot of inspiration from his work and try to translate into my work at Greenpill. I think it's super important to really experience what we sort of do on internet and how drastically it is different from things on ground. It just keeps us it gives us a really good idea of what is really needed and how to really go about a lot of things. So yeah, I think just talking to people who really work on ground really helps and is super important.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your experience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this is our last panel of the day. And I would say tomorrow we have another talk around network state, which is echoing what Abby was talking about. So that should be interesting. Before we go, I would like to welcome David, our host, to give a last word.
All right. Thank you, everybody, and really thank you, Vivian and Noah, for being such great co-hosts and doing almost everything to make this happen. So thank you, all of you, for being here and for participating. It was a fascinating day for me, seeing a convergence of the Web3 community with government and public sector, institutional and impact finance and investment, and other communities that for the first time overlapped here after 8 funding the commons. This was the first time that we achieved this. So thank you to everyone who created this overlap. Yeah. So I wanted to make a little announcement. We have a lot of nice swag and merchandise that's free for everyone. It's on a table over there, so please claim yours. It's very nice things. And we will be back here at 9:30 a.m., doors open. So have a beautiful evening and enjoy the city of Taipei, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
See you tomorrow. And we have some food left over there, so feel free to pick up some and bring that home or eat it here.
Okay. I'll stay.